industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Good day wherever you're watching. It's another time, another day, another episode of your security program, The Dependent, coming to you from the stable of The Dependent TV of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And the program is aimed at highlighting the achievements of the Corps under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. The precondition to freedom is security. And on the program, we'll be giving you security talk, security tips, security enlightenment, and every other security-related issue. I am Babawali Afolabi.
Join us for stronger and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC Enugu Command has apprehended alleged suspects in connection with a case of kidnapping. The suspects were paraded at the command's headquarters in Enugu.
Security of lives and property is the key responsibility of government. In Nigeria, agencies like the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, police, and others play important roles when crime cases are reported. The NSCDC Enugu State Command is living up to expectations in carrying out their duty of safeguarding lives and properties in the state. While parading the suspects, Commandant Elijah Etim said the victim was lured into the Onobo forest under the pretense of buying cattle before being ambushed by armed men. He urged Enugu residents to always give useful information on the movement and activities of criminals within their localities.
The victim alleged that 3 armed men carrying 1 AK-47, 2 rifles and pistols and machetes emerged from the forest and attacked him. He was consequently taken captive and ransom demanded from the wife.
The commandant restated the commitment of NSCDC in ensuring that Enugu remains peaceful, while warning criminals, kidnappers, and vandals that Enugu State is no longer a safe haven for their operations.
A patrol team that was close by was, contacted, and they reacted swiftly. Within about 8 hours, less than 24 hours, our men successfully rescued Mr. Daniel and arrested 3 of the suspects.
When the citizens cooperate by providing timely information and security agencies respond effectively, crimes will be reduced.
And courage. Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A corps connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless.
The Ogun State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has handed over 16 suspected illegal immigrants to the Nigeria Immigration Service for further investigation, verification of their immigration status, and other necessary legal actions. The suspects were formally transferred to officials of the Nigeria Immigration Service at the NSCDC State Headquarters in Abeokuta following their arrest in Ijebu-Mushin community area of Ogun State.
The 16 suspects, made up of 10 males and 6 females, were found living in a one-room apartment in Ewume community, Ijebu-Imushin, a development that arouses suspicion among residents. They were apprehended on Monday following a tip-off from a member of the community, reflecting growing public vigilance and cooperation with security agencies in Ogun State. Addressing journalists, the commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Ogun State Command, Mrs. Remilekun Ekundayo, confirms that the suspects are foreign nationals from Cameroon and Ivory Coast. She explains that 9 of them are unable to provide valid immigration documents, while 7 present ECOWAS temporary residence cards.
The suspects claim to be staff of an online platform identified as Ignite Online Networking, and stated that they relocated to Nigeria to engage in online business activity. The concentration of a large number of undocumented foreign nationals within a single residence understandably raises significant current security concerns for the community and the state at large, and underscores the need for sustained vigilance and enhanced community-based intelligence gathering.
Mrs. Ekundayo commends residents of Ewume community for providing timely and credible intelligence that led to their arrest, especially at a time when the country faces various security challenges.
Command commends the Ewume community for their vigilance, prompt information sharing, and cooperation with security agencies. We urge all residents of Ogun State to remain vigilant and continue to report suspicious persons, movements, or activities within their environment. Security is a collective responsibility. Once again, we reiterate our call: see something, say something.
The suspects are subsequently handed over to the Ogun State Command of the Nigeria Immigration Service, alongside exhibits recovered from there, for proper documentation, verification, and further investigation. The suspects are between the ages of 21 and 33 years old.
Under President Bola,
to the development of this country.
Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Niger State Command has arraigned 27 suspected illegal miners before the Chief Magistrate Court 6 Mina.
The suspects, Biliaminu Musa, 18 years, and 26 others, were arraigned before the court on 7-count charges which include criminal conspiracy, criminal trespass, mischief, abetment, theft, and receiving stolen property, contrary to Section 60, subsection 2, Section 348, 327, 47, 283, and 316 of the Niger State Penal Code Law 2025. The suspect conspired among themselves and trespassed onto a community land around M.I. Wushishi Housing Estate and Kapintela area along Western Bypass Mina, and carried out illegal mining without due authorization and sold mineral mines to the dealers, in the process causing serious damage to the land. After reading the FIR, all the suspects individually pleaded not guilty of the crime. The prosecution counsel, Assistant Commander of Corps Stephen Sado, therefore prayed the court for adjournment to enable them conclude investigations. However, counsel to the defendants, Muhammad Sagir Sado, filed an oral application for bail, which was denied by the judge, directing the defense counsel to file the application in writing.
This is just the first step. The defendants have not been found guilty, but it is a signal and a lesson to all other persons who are involved in illegal mining within Niger State to desist from the illegal acts. Because if they do and if they continue, the law, particularly the NSCDC, will surely catch up with them. We are on the move and we are at alert. Any intelligence information we get, we swing into action to ensure that the society is cleansed from illegal mining. Mining activities is a legal venture. Anyone that wants to engage in it should obtain the necessary licenses, the requisite papers that will enable them to engage in the mining.
The court adjourned the case to 9th July 2026 for hearing on the bail application and ordered the suspect to be remanded in a correctional facility.
You won't pay person to get job for you for NSCDC. Hold on. Now corruption be that. That one a big wahala. This 2025 recruitment. Now unfair be that too. It be like white paper. No wuru-wuru, no magu-magu. Make you no give anybody money when he tell you say if he run am for you. Not let anybody carry your hand, go back, collect money, go use your money chop pepper soup for nights. Now corruption be that too. Both the person when he give and the person when he take, una go enter gbege and una go face the law. All application for this whole recruitment suppose go through the official recruitment sites. When they show for your screen so, and now for free, we no need to give money at all. Make you guide your tomorrow. Say no to wuru. Make you no put sand for your garri or shine your eye. If anybody ask you for money, make you report them sharp. Make you no keep quiet as if aga gum dey your mouth o. Because we dey fight for integrity for this Nigeria. We dey summon you this information from Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps on behalf of our Oga Patapata, the Commandant General, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Aldi, MNI OFR.
Be warned, don't be scammed. If you see something, say something.
The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC, Akwa Ibom State Command, has arrested 3 suspects and impounded a tanker carrying 45,000 liters of ethanol suspected to have been illegally acquired. The State Commandant Geraldine Abetiambe said this while briefing journalists in Uyo on Friday, adding that suspects were arrested on June 23rd after NSCDC operatives intercepted the tanker at Ikoromoisien along Aba Road in the Senodum local government area. According to the commandant, the suspect presented a waybill that contained several discrepancies during interrogation. Further investigations reportedly showed that the declared loading points could not be verified, strengthening suspicions that the ethanol was not obtained through legitimate channels.
During this operation, misinformation from the suspects nearly pitched another agency against us. In an attempt to frustrate the arrest, this underscores why antagonism among security agencies only serves the interests of the criminals. Through synergy, mutual respect, and timely information sharing, we recorded this success despite the attempt to derail it. With a capacity of 45,000 liters, was laden with a product suspected to be ethanol, acquired illegally. Upon interrogation, the suspect presented a waybill which immediately raised suspicion due to several discrepancies.
They warned those involved in the illegal petroleum trade to desist, describing such activities as economic sabotage that threatens lives, government revenue, and national security.
Agro Ranger is not just about the boots on the ground, but it is about the pace that we provide. The mandate is clear: to protect agro-allied investments, to secure the ranches, to provide safe movements of agricultural goods and products. We mediate between the farmers and the herders in a non-kinetic approach. You apply soft power like diplomacy, negotiation, and persuasion. This is so the herder can graze in peace and the farmer can plant without fear.
From the grain silos in the north and the palm plantation in the south, the presence of Agro Rangers has boosted investors' confidence. Large-scale commercial farms that have once been idle have been busy with different activities nationwide. By curbing the theft of livestock and protecting critical infrastructures like dams and irrigation systems, the NSCDC is ensuring that the Grow Nigeria initiative isn't just a slogan, but a reality. Every harvest protected by an Agro Ranger, as it stands today, is a victory against hunger and a step towards economic stability.
The collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has monopoly of any strategy. now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination. I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching the defenders.
My name is Olatunji Disu. I am the Inspector General of Police. I am here today to cement the relationship between us and the civil defense. The people are the bosses. Keep on watching the defenders.
In all the 30 states of the Federation, we have a command, being headed by a commander. And in all the 740 local governments, we have a division, being headed by a divisional officer. And in 80% of all the divisions, we have a household. Why? Because of bringing security down to the grassroots level. If you notice anything strange in your local area, endeavor to walk into any of these divisions or commands. This is what we're going to cover on this week's edition of the program. After the mean, Babawade Afalani. When you see something, please say something. Bye for now.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists known as U-monitors to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akpashe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our U-monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akpashe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Hello, my name is Adora Sydney Jack, and you are welcome to Gender Agenda. Now, on today's episode, where we take on a question that sits at the very heart of Nigeria's political evolution, can merit truly thrive in a system long shaped by gatekeeping and godfatherism, or are we bold enough to imagine a future beyond it? Now, across Nigeria's democratic journey, the tension between competence and connection has remained persistent. Godfatherism, well, often defended as a structure for political mentorship and stability, it has also equally been criticized as a gatekeeping mechanism that restricts access, sidelines capacity and capable voices, and reinforces inequality, particularly for women and young people. Now, on the other hand, a merit-based system promises fairness, innovation, and accountability. But does Nigeria's current political and institutional landscape have the safeguards to sustain it? In the more mature democracies, we often see varying balances. Now, in countries like the United Kingdom, for instance, and Canada, political mentorship exists, but it is often tempered by strong institutions, transparent party systems, and internal democracy that allow merit to emerge more visibly than godfatherism. Meanwhile, in contexts similar to Nigeria, patronage networks still play a significant role in shaping political access. The question then becomes not just whether we can dismantle gatekeeping, but whether we can redesign it into something that enables rather than excludes. From a gender perspective, this conversation is even more urgent. Women navigating political spaces often face double jeopardy, double bind, needing both merit and access, and systems where gatekeeping disproportionately works. Against them, of course, we know that. So what would a reimagined system look like? One where mentorship does not silence merit and where access does not come at the cost of independence. To unpack this, we are joined by an exceptional leader, Honorable Obiajulu Ugwu, Deputy Chief Whip of the Enugu State House of Assembly and Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture. Her journey offers a grounded, lived perspective on leadership, representation, and the realities of navigating power structures while delivering impact. Now, as we have this conversation, is only befitting that we celebrate a woman who has consistently challenged systems and redefined the leadership in Nigeria. I'm talking about nobody else than Dr. Oby Ezekwesili. Fresh from her 63rd birthday, she stands as a powerful symbol of integrity, courage, and transformational leadership. In many ways, she represents the very question we are asking today. What happens when merit not only meets opportunity, but insists on reshaping the system itself? From all of us here on Gender Agenda, happy birthday, Madam Due Process, as she is fondly called. Now, today we ask the hard questions back here on the show. Is Nigeria really ready to move from gatekeeping to merit, or is coexistence between the two more realistic path forward? And that's the question a lot of people are asking, because we often see gatekeeping, godfatherism, and accessibility. Three conversations, three contexts in one breath. So let's get into it right after this break. But remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. Right there on your screen, you will see them scrolling, and reach out for partnership. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Right, thank you so much for staying with us. And of course, I did tell you that we'll be talking about the theme today, which is godfatherism, gatekeeping. Can they both coexist, especially when we're looking at creating access for more women? And I have with me today on the program, of course, Honorable Obiajulu Ugwu, who is also the Chairman Committee on Agriculture and the Deputy Chief Whip of the Enugu State Assembly. Now, it's great to see you, and good evening, Honorable. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good evening, Adora. Good evening, Nigeria. And of course, happy birthday, Madam Due Process, Madam Dr. Oby Ezekwesili. Because I'm also on that her tutelage, you know.
Absolutely.
I wish her a very happy birthday. Yeah.
Indeed. And talking about, I mean, this topic is really interesting because we're going to primary, so permit me to sit to get comfortable. Now, Princess, as you're fondly called, Honorable, when you hear the word politics, godfatherism, gatekeeping, access, you have run elections, you ran, and now you are in the State Assembly. You're going to run again. Primaries are in view. What does this mean to you as a politician? First, before we talk about being a woman.
Okay, so the network is a bit cranky, but I think if I heard you right, you asked when we talk about godfatherism, merit, politics.
Yes.
First, as a politician, what are my thoughts?
Absolutely.
So here is my thought. If we are talking about gatekeeping as godfatherism, as per the mentorship part of it, that's okay. And then when we talk about merits, that's another thing. Then when we talk about, combining, weighing merits and godfatherism in politics, Nigeria is way ahead, more on the godfatherism, more on the godfatherism parts, and which is why you see that most times we have people who are not, merit is about competence. So we see a lot of people who are not competent, but because of who they are and who they've been loyal to, they are given access into leadership spaces. So when you talk of politics, godfatherism, and merits, this is my thoughts, that Nigeria should grow far away from relevance, loyalty, just loyalty without competence to assess political leadership.
Okay, so I'm asking you this because I know you've run the elections and you have also participated in the primaries before. How was it for you in your first outing? How did Godfatherism or access play a key role to your emergence? And I'm asking this because there are lots of women who are also going to be running in the 2027 elections, who are looking to get into the primaries, who are looking to have hand-holding, also who are struggling with hand-holding versus capacity. So how was it in the first time you tried to run and emerge? What role did these play for you as a woman?
Okay, now, so when you want to talk about the first time that I ran, you will be talking about 2019.
Absolutely.
And so there was no godfather, there was no mentor, there was no... Yeah, so that's where we're coming from, 2019, the first time we ran. But
please go ahead, I can hear you.
Forward to the 2022 stroke 2023, there was access to mentorship. And that mentorship, there was the preparedness waiting, and that met with the mentorship, which sometimes we call Godfatherism. They both met together, and that is what produced people like me. So I would say that the second time running was a whole lot better because we had both aspects, both the mentorship and also the merits which produced people like me.
Okay, so I want you to be very honest in this conversation, come down to earth, because I know that there is the story behind the story. All these ones, this semantics you're speaking. So, because people are watching, women are watching, listening to you, hoping to be motivated and to be inspired, or to decide whether to run or not to run. Now, what were the challenges, Honorable Obiajulu? Because I know that, women struggle with finance, and usually when that happens, it seems as if the necessity for Godfatherism becomes important. Because with someone who is hand-holding you, money doesn't really play a role at the party level. How do you advise women who are coming into the space for the first time, who are going into primaries? What should be their guideline? Where do they start from?
Okay, so no fruits comes forth without being planted first. So there is need for the hand-holding. So my advice, my encouragement to women who would want to run in the forthcoming elections is to look out for people who can hold their hands. It doesn't matter whether it is your gender or not your gender, because I got the support of the other gender that is not my gender. The sponsorship came from both ways, both my gender and the opposite gender. So I encourage women to look out for men and women who can hold their hands. It's not enough for you to be competent. It's not enough for you to have the merits. It's important that we look out for those who can hold our hands. And on the other side, those who have stayed in the space for long, we will also plead with them, some of them, to please look out for people, look out for young people, young women who have the capacity, who have the merits, and hold their hands and bring them into the fold.
Okay, so you're going into an election. You will have to go through the primaries again and emerge a second timer. And, the pedigree keeps growing. Congratulations on that. But where does the party play a role here? And I'm asking this because I know that Enugu State is predominantly APC, and the governor seems to be gender sensitive. I mean, he has shown support for women initiatives. His cabinet is predominantly 45 to 50% women in appointive position. But in elective positions, we usually see a dynamics where, you know, the patriarchy, the boys' club, the loyalists are usually the men. And when it comes to choosing, sometimes we see that the governors often toe the line of having more males on their ticket than female. But how is Enugu State in terms of the body language of the political party APC towards making sure that women emerge?
Okay, thank you very much, Adora. I'm happy that you already know that Enugu State is predominantly, or is an APC state as at today. And so the body language in Enugu for the women is very positive. For all I know, the deputy chairman of the party in the state, just as is stipulated in the constitution of the APC, is a woman. Of course, you will know that it will not be business as usual when it comes to speaking to more women having tickets to run with. On the other hand, we also have a governor who you can confirm is very gender sensitive. And we are hopeful, we're trusting that we will have more women running in Enugu State, in Enugu State this time around. For instance, you can see that my governor was the first governor, actually, who endorsed and supported the reserve seats for women's bill. So when you see someone who went that far, what more are you expecting? My governor has been very, very supportive of women, of everything that has to do with gender sensitivity in Enugu. And I'm very, very sure that he's not ready to back down now. So I want to keep your fingers crossed and then look forward to Enugu State that will have more women running in elective positions.
Okay, running is one word, emergence is another, and winning is another. So let's just put that into facts, okay? I hear you loud and clear.
They are going to run, they are going to emerge, and then they are going to win because, first of all, is the party making it easy, giving access to these women. So the party already have made provisions for women to come in more into the system. That is what we've been advocating for, you know. We've been asking for space for women to be in the party system, and this party has done that. I give it to the APC leadership at the national, and we didn't water it down in any way. We practicalized it, and so if we have started doing that at the party levels, I want us to remain really positive that something good will come out from Enugu, as is always the case.
Okay, just before we round up, I see that, you know, there's a lot of energy around, you know, the body language of women emerging. I mean, whether it's Enugu State or other states. And for us, that is still rhetoric. We see the energy behind the reserve seats at the 10th Parliament, whether it will be or not to be. Women's hands have fingers are crossed, hopeful that that bill will come to power. But let's look at the state, you know, dynamics. Abia State, for instance, under His Excellency Alex Otti, did mention that he's looking forward to an election come 2027 where women will emerge, at least even if it is an extra 15 women or 10 women at the state assembly. And so he's looking about, you know, about 5 to 10%. And that means that this is a thought towards policy redirection, or maybe an executive quota, if you can use that, to see that women emerge. Do you think that state governors can begin to adopt this? Can we take this charity begins at home for inclusion from the state level to say for every state governor, let's say start from the southeast where you don't have female members, for instance, Imo and Abia, but your state has to, we could have more, say, with an executive order, can I have at least 5%, you know, increase in women's emergence at the elective position? Do you think this policy of quota can start from the state, from the governor's desk?
Okay, honestly, Adora, I'm really grateful and I'm happy you brought this up. This morning when I was getting ready to go to work, to go celebrate the Workers' Day, I thought of something. Okay, so here the primaries are already here, and very soon we'll be done with the primaries. What if the reserve seat bill doesn't pass? What happens? And in my head, I just said, oh, so if we back down, it's going to reduce the momentum. So how do we keep up the momentum? I in my head, discussing with myself, I said, okay, so even if it doesn't pass before this continues, we will need to continue with the advocacy. And when we continue with the advocacy, I'm going to tell you the other thing that I wanted, that I want to see it follow. So yes, executive order as a quota for a quota system in the states, if that bill is not passing, can go a long way in actually bringing in more women in the elective positions of the different states.
All right. I think I'll let you go on this note. I know that the primaries are coming and nomination forms, they've given you people 50% off. I'm hopeful that more women will emerge to be able to come through the primaries, not just as aspirants. And I wish you all the best. We'll be following your progress and also checking in on you and hopefully amplifying all that you do. Thank you so much for always joining us on the show.
Thank you very much, Dora. Thank you to the crew at AIT. Gender Agenda. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Have a lovely day. All right, so you've listened to her. They would run, they will emerge, and they would win. And we hold maybe that thought for the governor of Enugu State. Fingers crossed. And maybe others can take you. But really listening to her, what she did say is that it is important for us to look at this conversation on quota, first of all, at the state level. What is the state government able to do with the state legislature to see more women emerge? Because, again, at the end of the day, it still falls on the desk of the state and the men at the helm, which are the governors. And that's the much we can take today. And again, like I always say, remember, take care of yourselves and each other. But without women, there is no democracy. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. See you again next week. Goodbye.
All across the nations, all around the world, we men are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song.
Healthy.
This is the cool view. What do I do with my knife? Here we go.
How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs.
That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road all the way to Tyson's Corner.
And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities that people really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone Spencer. We should have gone Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year-round. 20 weeks of the year that we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
Thank you so much. And there is your $100.
Better people, it's because you want the opportunities to come up.
Hello, and thank you so much for joining us on this week's edition of Global Matters. I am Shola Jaisime, and it's the last edition for the month of June. So many things have occurred in the last couple of weeks, and we've brought them to you on this program. Yes, the Commonwealth Organization, that's that bloc formed in the aftermath of the decolonization, a 56-member bloc. Not a few other countries who had no dealings with Britain, the United Kingdom, have also joined the bloc. So it's a bloc that has been growing. Membership in terms of how they look at themselves and how to sync in their relationship, not just politically or diplomatically, but economically and all other fronts. So we'll be talking today on the program to the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ghana. That is Shirley Botchwey. She's our guest on the program today. But before we get into the interview with her, let's commiserate with the people of Venezuela. Not less than 500 persons have been killed in that earthquake which struck that country hours ago. They're right there on your screen. Rescue workers trying to get to persons who are trapped underneath. And the authorities there have actually asked their citizens to remain calm as they mourn at a time like this. A devastating earthquake, one would say, and the expectation is that the death toll will not rise. But in cases like this, these things do happen. Almost 1,000 people are injured. Our hearts go out to the people of Venezuela. But some good news, at least for Nigerians. Let's not forget that we've been having this issue around xenophobia in South Africa. The South African authorities have said that they're doing everything to avert a so-called deadline. Some people have said by the 30th of June, that's next Tuesday, that all foreign nationals who are not in the country of South Africa legally need to leave the country. In fact, the shops of some foreigners have been closed, damaged, vandalized. Some have been attacked on the streets for what those persons say are not being in South Africa legally. A very sour point there in South Africa. But the good news, like I said, is that some Nigerians have come back. 3 weeks ago, 258 of them came back to Nigeria, and only on Wednesday, about 65 Nigerians have returned home. This is courtesy of the efforts of the Nigerian in Diaspora Commission. On the screen there, being addressed by officials of the commission and those who facilitated their return. So about 65 back. There are lots more who are still stranded in South Africa. In fact, they've been housed up at the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria for weeks now. And the Nigerian authorities are promising that they will get all of them who have registered to come back home, back to the country. Well, earlier this morning, on one of our current affairs programs, that's Kakaki, a former president of the Nigerians in South Africa Association, Barrister Austin Okezie, spoke on this issue, and I have excerpts of that interview right here. Let's listen to what he said earlier today.
We need to have sporadic attacks on foreigners. Just last week, we had a Nigerian Uber driver attacked in a location where he had gone to pick up a passenger. And so it is now moving into what we will call a disguised attack on foreigners. You don't see any longer the mobs and the mob leaders running on the street naked during the very busy hour of the day. They have shifted to shops and to attacking individuals suspected to be foreign. From your accent, they will be able to detect whether you are South African or not. A national action plan to forestall future occurrence of xenophobia. There was no implementation of it. The same national action plan was what President Cyril Ramaphosa repeated a few weeks back. No implementation of that. And in between 2008 and now, all the xenophobic attacks we've had casualties, people die, people lose lives and properties, no compensation, and no implementation of all those plans. So right now, people don't trust what they say. Shops are beginning to close in major cities in South Africa from last week, empty shops. So, and these are means of livelihood for families with children. People have to go to school or to hospital. They have to pay rent. These tenants in the shopping malls have to pay rent this month, and there's a lease agreement in place. So it is not stopping. It is not abating at all. People don't trust what the government say. You have seen several of the videos where you see police people standing, basically guiding the mobs on the streets, maybe watching a live movie of them, performing and attacking people. I don't even know how to interpret that. But I would beg the government and the people of Nigeria to please assist in airlifting these people. We thank and appreciate what the owner of Value Jet has done. It was an individual effort. A good Samaritan he is. We are appealing to Nigerians, other good Samaritans out there, so please also follow suit. It should be a joint effort, not just relying on what Nigerian government will do. These are Nigerians, most of whom we have children. I'm sure you have seen the returnees. A lot of babies are there, minors are there. I know a family of 5 minor kids. Feeding here is a problem for them because they have been dislodged from their businesses and from their homes. I'm not just talking about one family. I'm talking about a multitude of people. People like us participated in the screening exercise from the beginning till now. I see human catastrophe on a daily basis. I don't see statistics. We go there, we process them from morning till night in conjunction with the Nigerian High Commission and the Nigerian Consulate, the South African Home Affairs, and the police. We volunteered ourselves. I led a team of Nigerian lawyers throughout the exercise. The Nigerian medical doctors also participated. The Nigerian Nurses Association also participated because eventually you see people collapsing. People will faint, people are hungry, people with high blood pressure, people with legal issues that will have to intervene on their behalf against the South African Department of Home Affairs and the police so that they will be cleared to go home. So this is not a statistics issue. It is a human catastrophe that we experience every day on the streets. So on this note, I beg other Nigerian millionaires and friends, clubs, it is easy, just like the Value Jet owner has done. You don't have to send a flight.
Mr. Austin Okeke there, someone who is so deeply concerned about what Nigerians have been going through, and his hands are fully involved in ensuring that those that want to come back to Nigeria return home. Excerpts from our breakfast program, Kakaki there. And this issue also came to the fore in the interview I had with the Commonwealth Secretary General, Madam Shirley Ayoko Butchway. I spoke to her over the Commonwealth, its continued relevance in the bloc, as well as how, this bloc can hold its own. But of course, we spoke about youths, a huge proportion of the continent's and also the bloc's youth population are rearing to go. Let's serve you that interview.
What is important is to take advantage of the environment in which we find ourselves today, where multilateralism is under strain, the international rules-based order is also making things quite uncertain because people are going against it. And so for me, this is an opportunity. So it's been good. I'm working with the challenge of the environment, and I believe that we have to ensure that my vision and action, which is to recreate the new Commonwealth, one that works for all its people, especially the 1.5 billion young people of the Commonwealth, is what is driving us at the moment and is driving my strategic plan. So it's a good time, although it's a challenging time. It's still a good time because there are opportunities within the challenges that we need to take advantage of.
Okay, you recently did a tour of some particular Commonwealth countries in Africa. We call it the motherland. Can you share with us how your tour went?
Well, it was very interesting. The tours that I did, I was in Lagos, I was in Kigali, and I was in Nairobi. And one thing that struck me was, and I'm talking about young people, was the resilience of the young people who I met, who are doing everything that they can to shape the future. And they really are not waiting for the future to take them by surprise or to take them unawares. I found them remarkable. They have abundance of talent, the surge of innovation within Africa, unshakable determination to create something greater. So for me, there is hope. I see a lot of hope in the young people that I interacted with. And one thing that I also found quite interesting is that governments, institutions, civil society, they're beginning to see that the young people must be given the space to express. They must be involved in decision making. And so for me, this is good because they are the future. They must be part of the decisions that are taken today. And I see governments looking at how they can involve young people. In Kenya, Nigeria, the issues of fintech came to the fore, how the country is giving them opportunities for digital skills. In Rwanda, for instance, where we saw their investment in the young people in AI policy, in digital inclusion, space infrastructure. And it's good because it gives you a good understanding of how when governments or leadership look at young people as the future and the need for them to equip them with skills, it really does prepare them well.
Okay, so the Commonwealth has been pushing for youths to take their rightful place. You emphasized that even in your comments just now and what you saw out there when you went to Rwanda, Lagos, and Nairobi. You've been having these youth awards for a while now to spur the young people to be able to prove their mettle in different areas. The one for this year, what are we going to be seeing? I know there'll be awards again for some who were shortlisted. What are your expectations?
Oh, I have great expectations. The finalists that I engaged with, and of course the overall lady who won, Shrifa, it gave me a lot of hope because what I saw was young people who are very much involved from dealing with post-harvest losses, which is a big issue for us. Young people who are dealing with climate issues and the issue of plastics, young people who are looking at different aspects of governance, and for me, this is extremely important, and I'm really happy that the Youth Awards serves as a rallying point to showcase talent. What they've been able to do. And it also goes towards using them as examples of what is possible. Because these initiatives are saving lives and touching people. So far, the Commonwealth has spent over 400,000 United States dollars directly into youth-led grassroots enterprises, created a lot of jobs, touched millions of people, and has touched dealt with all the 17 SDGs. And the interesting thing is 40% of these initiatives are women-led, and for me this is extremely important. And so yes, it gives us the platform to showcase what is possible, and then of course these awards showcase commitment on our side, on the side of the young people, gives them the platform also, like I said, to showcase brilliance and access funding to support the SDGs. So strengthening the position of these young people, I think, is extremely important, and I'm very excited about the future, because young people are doing what they should, taking advantage of everything that's around them, even challenges, and I'm happy with that.
Okay, so Mark, let's get to the aspect of how the Commonwealth, because not if you look at the various other blocks, when you talk international geopolitics, they tell us about the EU, they tell us about the Organization of American States, even ECOWAS, the African Union, and they said the Commonwealth as an organization, those who look deeply into it, both professionals, experts, and academics, that the relevance of the Commonwealth in the 21st century, that it's, they say anyway that the Commonwealth seems to have less steam. Do you agree with them?
Well, I guess it's because they're comparing the Commonwealth as it was decades ago.
Yeah.
An organization that very vibrant, with consensus, even around the most very difficult issues. The Commonwealth stood firm and did its part to affect humanity. So that's the historical perspective against where we are now. But this is why I said from the very beginning that what we're seeking to do is to take advantage of this, once again, very difficult world situation in which we find ourselves, and how we intend to prepare our countries. And for us, I think what's important is to strengthen democracy, transform our economies, make sure that our economies are strong. So building resilience. So it's just not building resilience democratically, but also economically, as well as in the area of climate. So if you take democracy, for instance, the Commonwealth's heartbeat, it's the need to build resilience, restore public trust, and deliver hope. And then trade and investment, for me, is extremely important, because if we are to make the wealth common, as some people call it, we need to make sure that we strengthen and the resilience and in the area of trade and investment.
Yeah.
So we do have to drive the Commonwealth's prosperity agenda, invest in skills and entrepreneurship, make young people ready, invest and bring investment into our countries,
yes.
Increase trade. We are at the moment about 900 billion in terms of intra-Commonwealth trade.
Yeah.
We want to see it go up considerably. We're looking at 2 trillion, and that will affect positively young people because we're making them ready. And of course, in the area of climate, that's also very important, because even within the climate space, as we build resilience in the area of climate, there are jobs that will be created for young people, because of course young people are the drivers of economies in the future. And our leaders have been very clear with us. They've told us that make sure that you unlock opportunities in investment for our young people. Make sure that they are ready to take advantage of trade, to take advantage of entrepreneurial skills. And as a result, this new Commonwealth is finding its voice in these 3 areas that we've set out for ourselves: democracy, and resilience. And this is our marching orders for 5 years. And so we will funds. One fund is a net zero fund, which is seeking to raise 700 million from the private sector, from foundations, from philanthropies, and it's to support nations to meet their renewable energy ambitions, so for transition from fossils to renewable energy. And then we have a second fund that we are raising, which is a 300 million aspiration fund. And this is to enable access, young people, to distance education. We are targeting about 10 million young people. to allow them through this fund to acquire digital and entrepreneurial skills and to prepare them for the world of work. And also we are setting up a fund for entrepreneurship where they can access funding, because we all know how access to funding and finance is a major issue for young people. Yes, you train them, you give them skills, but then there's no funding for them to start for their startups. So funding has to be targeted and will make the difference for young entrepreneurs. Some development solutions in several areas are being looked at. The renewable energy, I've talked about, health, education, tech. So there's a lot that is being done, and I believe that is what will move us into the new Commonwealth.
Okay. So as we prepare to wind down now, Honorable Secretary General, the issue around, because yourself as the head of the Secretariat will be preparing, the leaders to join you in Antigua for the next Commonwealth of States and Government meeting. I remember the one that happened in Abuja here. I just started my broadcast journalism career. We covered it way back then, 2003, 23 years ago. As they gather at Antigua, some issues by next Tuesday, one of the key Commonwealth countries, talking about South Africa, some of its nationals, who the government says shouldn't be doing what they're doing, are asking other nationals, Commonwealth member states, to leave their country. Then the issue of reparations, which came to the fore at the last summit, but the final statement just said, look, we're looking at everything that concerns and bonds us together. Can you just take these two aspects, your view as the head of the Secretariat?
I think it's unfortunate what's happening in South Africa. We are engaging, and we have made a statement. We have engaged with South Africa. But it's important that we strengthen our economies in our countries, so that there's no need for anybody to leave their country. However, we must also come to the realization, all of us, that migration is part of human existence.
Exactly.
And this will definitely be something that we will have to deal with. And so it has to be done. If a country believes that there are illegal migrants, it has to be done in a humane manner, so that people don't feel like they're less human. I believe this is something that will come up in Togo amongst leaders, but this is for leaders to discuss the difficult topics, and mentioned reparations as one of those difficult ones. Yeah. This is at the level of leaders who will look at it. Already there are some conversations that have started.
Yes.
Conversations between the UK and CARICOM and the AU, conversations that are happening at the United Nations level.
Correct.
And so these are topical issues, and I believe that we will find solutions to it one way or the other.
I would sincerely like to thank you, Honorable Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Madam Shirley Ayorkor Botchwey. Thank you for talking to us on Global Matters.
Thank you very much for having me. But I just want to say that I am so proud of the youth of the Commonwealth, the 1.5 billion young people of the Commonwealth, and I really look forward to engaging them, and I believe the leaders also look forward to engaging them in Antigua and Barbuda at the end of the year when we have Togo. There'll be the Youth Forum, which is a platform for these young people to engage with leaders and let the whole world understand that young people are not a challenge.
Exactly.
To be managed. Our youth are partners in progress, and for everybody, all of us, to understand that youth activism, it's not a threat, but a sign of democratic energy and a positive force for participation. So far as it's grounded in respect for the rule of law and all of that, let's continue to engage the young people. Let's work with them. Let's prepare them for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, and have a nice time at during your term as the Secretary General. We'll definitely visit you in London one of these days.
One of these days.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. The Commonwealth Secretary General there, you heard all what she said about what the bloc has for its members. We'll keep talking to all the very important people in the diplomatic space on this program. Thank you for watching. I am Shola Jaisimi.
Nineteen-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day, he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
Man rescued alive after 8 days on the earthquake's rubble in Venezuela. At least 40 people killed after an overloaded passenger bus crash in western Pakistan. An 8th Russian overnight attack on northeastern Ukraine leaves 4 dead. Thank you for joining us on the World News. My name is Sadia Tudusumu. I'll begin the news from Venezuela, where rescue teams have pulled a man alive from earthquake rubble after he spent 8 days trapped beneath a collapsed building. Hanan Gill was rescued after emergency workers spent days carefully removing approximately 140 tons of debris. Officials describe his survival as extraordinary.
Acting President Delcy Rodriguez visited Gill in hospital and described him as a miracle survivor. More than 2,500 people have died since the twin earthquakes struck Venezuela on June 24, with thousands still unaccounted for. Gill, a security guard, had been inside a small concrete booth in a parking structure when the earthquakes hit. The booth reportedly created a protective shell that shielded him from the collapse. Rescuers from Venezuela, Chile, Costa Rica, Mexico, Portugal, El Salvador, and the United States worked together during the operation. They supplied Gill with water, medical support, and intravenous fluids while digging access tunnels. Rescue workers said Gill remained conscious and even maintained conversations with teams throughout the ordeal. A paramedic from the Costa Rican Red Cross said Gill's positive attitude inspired rescuers during the highly complex operation. His survival has been widely described as one of the most remarkable rescue stories from the disaster.
A Russian overnight attack on northeastern Ukraine killed 4 people, including a toddler and her mother, according to regional officials. According to Sumy regional governor, the attack targeted the Romi community, where a drone struck a residential building and triggered a fire.
Among the victims were 2 women, an elderly man, and a girl over 2 years old. 3 additional people were injured. The attack came one day after a major Russian missile and a drone assault on Kyiv left at least 30 people dead. Meanwhile, Russian officials reported casualties from Ukrainian strikes in border regions and occupied territory. Authorities in Russian-controlled said 3 people were killed following attacks on civilian infrastructure. Officials reported that missile strike caused power and water disruption and killed 1 woman. Regional authorities said drone attacks killed 1 man and injured 2 others. Russia's defense ministry claimed its air defense system intercepted 155 Ukrainian drones overnight across several regions. The conflicts continue to intensify as both sides exchange drone and missile attacks.
A Ukrainian woman has been identified as the main suspect in a parcel bomb attack in Monaco that left a section Ukrainian businesswomen and 2 others injured. Anastasia Barafusko, 39, is now the subject of an Interpol red notice over allegations of attempted murder, criminal conspiracy, and deploying an explosive device in a public area. The explosion occurred shortly after 9 p.m. on Monday, after a package was left inside the entrance of a residential building. Moments later, the device detonated as 3 residents, a couple and 13-year-old child, entered the premises. Security footage reportedly showed the suspect wearing a dark bucket hat before fleeing towards a Basel in France. Monaco's prosecutor praised the swift collaboration between French and Monacosi investigators, noting that the suspect was identified in a relatively short time. Authorities in Germany also confirmed that special police units searched an apartment linked to the suspects in a mini Tunis district and seized a vehicle believed to have been used by her. Evidence gathered is expected to assist ongoing investigations. The suspect remains at large with an international arrest warrant issued. Albert II described the bombing as a heinous crime. The death toll from a tragic road accident involving a Buddhist procession in Thailand has climbed to 10, authorities confirmed on Friday, after an 11-year-old boy reportedly drove a pickup truck into the group. 10 additional victims remain hospitalized following Thursday's crash in northeastern Thailand. Hospital officials said 2 of the injured are in critical condition, while 8 others are receiving treatment for various injuries. According to police, 35 Buddhist monks and 5 lay worshippers were working along the roadside in Mokhahan province during a pilgrimage when the pickup truck rammed into them. 5 monks died instantly, while 5 others later succumbed to their injuries in hospital. Mokhahan sitting police chief Parut Rakhomkham said the boy has not yet been able to provide a statement and has been placed on the care of child welfare authorities alongside his mother. Under Thai law, children below the age of 12 cannot be held criminally liable. Authorities are continuing investigations and collecting statements from survivors. Buddhist monks are deeply respected in Thailand and are frequently participate in public religious processions, often receiving offerings and support from local communities. At least 40 people were injured after an overloaded passenger bus arrived in western Pakistan on Friday. Officials said the bus traveling from Quetta to Peshawar veered off a mountain road in the Dana Sar area and fell more than 20 meters. Emergency officials confirmed that 11 survivors were injured, with 3 in critical condition. Rescue teams have faced difficult conditions because of the rugged terrain surrounding the crash site. Authorities said the bus became overcrowded after additional passengers boarded from another disabled vehicle during the journey. Shahbaz Sharif expressed condolences while opposing authorities ordered an investigation into the accident. Road accidents remain common in Pakistan due to poor road conditions, weak traffic enforcement, speeding, and unsafe driving practices. Now, the body of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has been transferred to Tehran's Grand Mosala ahead of funeral ceremonies scheduled for Saturday. That's according to the state media. Khamenei was killed during U.S.-Israeli strikes that triggered the recent Middle East conflicts. Millions of mourners and several foreign dignitaries are expected to attend the official funeral on Saturday.
Images released by Iranian media showed mourners carrying the coffin wrapped in Iran's national flag into the Grand Mosala, one of the country's most important ceremonial venues. Other photographs showed large crowds dressed in black during a pre-funeral gathering. Ahmed Vahidi, head of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, made his first public appearance since the conflict began in February, paying tributes at the ceremony. Preparations for the funeral are taking place amid a fragile ceasefire between Iran and the United States, following a preliminary agreement aimed at halting hostilities. Pakistan confirmed that Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will attend the funeral. Representatives from China, Afghanistan, and several Caucasus nations are also expected. Workers spent Thursday preparing the Grand Mosala, planting flowers and arranging the venue for the large gathering. Tehran's chief negotiator, Mohammad Bagha Ghalibaf, urged citizens to attend in massive numbers, describing the funeral as a defining moment in Iran's history and calling for national unity. Khamenei, widely revered among Shia Muslims, died at age 86 following strikes on his compound in central Tehran. His body will remain at the Grand Mosala for 3 days, alongside the remains of his family members killed in the attack. Officials estimate between 15 and 20 million people may attend, potentially making it the largest state funeral in Iran's history. Public holidays have been declared in Tehran and the holy cities of Qum and Mashhad during the mourning period. Authorities have also ordered office closures and imposed traffic restrictions around central Tehran. After ceremonies in Tehran, Khamenei's body will be transported to Iraq holy cities of Najaf and Karbala before burial on July 9 at the shrine of Imam Reza in Mashhad, his birthplace. It remains unclear whether his son and successor, Mujtaba Khamenei, will appear at the main ceremony.
China has cautioned that growing cooperation between Japan and India should not be directed against Beijing, following an agreement between both nations to deepen collaboration on critical minerals. Critical minerals essential for manufacturing electric vehicles, smartphones, jet engines, and advanced defense systems featured prominently during talks between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Japanese leader in New Delhi on Thursday.
China's foreign ministry urged nations to pursue partnerships that build trust rather than fuel division. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Yeo Yang-Queen said international cooperation should not undermine the interests of other countries or be used to form exclusive blocs that heighten confrontation. Relations between Beijing and Tokyo have grown increasingly strained since Takaichi suggested last November that any future military action against Taiwan could justify Japanese military involvement. China has since tightened rare earth export to Japan. Beijing remains a dominant player in both the mining and processing of rare earth materials. Following the talks, Modi announced that India and Japan had agreed to strengthen supply chain resilience in strategic sectors, including semiconductors, quantum technology, and critical minerals. Takaichi noted that both countries face mounting challenges such as economic coercion and non-market trade practices. Earlier this week, China's Commerce Ministry placed 20 Japanese entities on an export blacklist, alleging they contributed to Japan's military capabilities. Japan's condemned the move, describing it as unacceptable and calling for an immediate reversal.
Residents of Volgoninek, a UNESCO-protected village in Slovakia, said rising tourist numbers are threatening both their privacy and traditional way of life. Signs reading private property, no entry and no photography now hang outside several homes as residents attempt to keep visitors from wandering into personal spaces.
The village oldest resident at 68 said locals increasingly feel like exhibits rather than residents. He complained that tourists frequently roam through private property, take photos without permission, and invade spaces meant for daily life. Only 17 people currently live year-round in the village, which consists of about 45 traditional wooden homes and attracts roughly 100,000 visitors annually. Recognized by UNESCO in 1993, the village draws visitors interested in its preserved architecture and mountain setting. Tourists visit landmarks such as the church, bell tower, and cultural center, while seasonal programs showcase folk crafts, traditional food preparation, and harvest festivals. Some residents, however, argue that many cultural displays no longer reflect authentic village traditions. John Ondrick, chairman of the local civic association, said many residents believe municipal authorities prioritize tourists over villagers. Infrastructure remains inadequate for visitor members, with limited parking, poor road access, and insufficient public toilets facilities. Some residents report visitors entering private homes or using gardens as makeshift restrooms. Despite complaints, local tourism officials insist the village remains a living community rather than an open-air museum. Rosenberg city officials say they are working to improve facilities and compensate residents through annual support payments. Though tourism remains a burden for some, others still cherish village life, citing its peaceful environment and natural beauty.
Alexandru Munteanu resigned as Moldova's prime minister on Friday after just 8 months in office. In a Facebook post, Munteanu said he could no longer continue in the role in line with his personal principles and convictions, though he gave no detailed explanation. President Maia Sandu dismissed suggestions that his resignation resulted from restrictions on his authority. She said Munteanu had full freedom to lead the government and denied speculation that he had been blocked from implementing reforms. Munteanu will remain as interim prime minister while consultations begin on appointing a successor. The economist and former businessman was appointed late last October after Sandu's pro-European Action and Solidarity Party secured electoral victory. Sandu said Moldova must resist key economic and fiscal policies while maintaining momentum towards European Union membership. She emphasized the need for a stronger and more united government capable of advancing reforms in one of Europe's poorest countries. Researchers at the University of Cambridge said a new AI-driven vaccine technology could offer protection against the entire family of viruses, potentially helping prevent future pandemics. The viruses such as COVID-19, SARS, and Ebola have repeatedly heightened the global threats posed by infectious diseases. While vaccines have helped control specific outbreaks, new variants continue to emerge. Professor Jonathan Hine compared the new technology to a master key capable of unlocking protection across multiple viral strains.
He explained that traditional vaccines are largely based on past strains, meaning immunity may weaken if the virus mutates significantly. According to Hine, the new approach aims to overcome this limitation by identifying viral components shared across many variants, enabling the immune system to recognize broader threats rather than a single strain. Henny began developing the concept after witnessing the devastating 2016 Ebola outbreak in West Africa. The outbreak, which claimed around 11,300 lives according to the World Health Organization, initially spread rapidly because the disease was misidentified, delaying vaccine development. He said those delays allowed the virus to spread across Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia before effective interventions could begin. After returning to Cambridge, his team used early artificial intelligence systems to analyze large volumes of viral data, searching for common structural features that trigger immune responses. This enabled researchers to identify patterns across multiple variants and design vaccines with broader protective potential. And he said such technology is increasingly important as population growth, global travel, and human encroachment into wildlife habitats increase the risk of animal viruses crossing into humans. A recent clinical trial involving 39 volunteers found no major safety concerns with a universal Sabecovirus coronavirus vaccine developed using the AI-assisted platform. A recent clinical trial involving 39 volunteers found no major safety concerns with a universal Sabecovirus coronavirus vaccine developed using the AI-assisted platform. The trial, sponsored by University Hospital Southampton and published in the Journal of Infection, marks an important step toward larger-scale testing. Henny believes influenza remains one of the biggest pandemic threats because of its ability to mutate rapidly. But he is optimistic the new platform could transform global vaccine development. He says advances in AI now provide researchers with even more powerful tools to process data faster and improve vaccine design. According to him, the technology could usher in a new era of vaccine manufacturing, one capable of responding more effectively to future global health threats.
Brussels is working to digitalize an extensive archive of colonial-era geological records from the Democratic Republic of Congo as global competition intensifies over access to critical minerals. The archive, housed at the African Museum near Brussels, contains nearly 500 meters of documents, including geological maps, field surveys, and mining records. Museum's officials plan to digitalize and publicly release the collection within 5 years. The records document Congo's mineral-rich subsoil, including deposits of copper, gold, cobalt, and lithium resources, essential to batteries, electronics, and defense manufacturing. The museum previously rejected an offer from mining company Cobalt Metals to manage the digitalization project, citing concerns over giving the private company exclusive access. Instead, with European Union funding, the institution plans to appoint a European contractor to oversee the work. Let's take a break at this point. When we come back, we have more reports. Please stay.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Many thanks for still staying with us. Nonestania President Gatasa Knows on Friday said the Baltic nation is seeking a direct role in Western nuclear deterrence against Russia as the government moves to lift its constitutional ban on hosting nuclear weapons. Speaking at a press conference in Berlin, he disclosed that Lufthansa has begun the process of amending its constitution to allow the possible deployment of atomic weapons on its territory. According to him, he aims to become fully integrated into Western security framework designed to deter potential aggression from Russia. The president revealed that he recently initiated the constitutional amendment process to remove the restriction, describing it as a necessary step in strengthening regional defense. Following his announcement, a group of 50 lawmakers formally submitted the proposed amendment for parliamentary constitution. Under Lufthansa's constitutional procedure, the amendment must secure approval from at least 94 of 141 members of parliament in 2 separate votes, with a minimum interval of 3 months between both rounds before it could become law. And another 268 Nigerians affected by the recent xenophobic protest in South Africa. Number have arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, as the federal government continues the evacuation of citizens. The returnees arrived in Lagos Friday as part of the ongoing evacuation exercise coordinated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Nigerians who voluntarily registered to return home. Officials have found were on ground at the airport to receive the returnees. Also present were officials of NEMA, NITCAM, Immigration Service, as well as representatives of the state governments coordinating reception, documentation, and onward support for the evacuees. I recall that in a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the latest batch will bring the government closer to concluding the evacuation of affected Nigerians who voluntarily opted to return home. The ministry earlier disclosed that 593 Nigerians were successfully evacuated in previous operations. With the arrival of the latest 268, the total number of Nigerians evacuated from South Africa is now 861. The federal government reaffirms its commitment to ensuring the welfare and safety of Nigerians abroad and pledges to continue working with relevant authorities to support affected citizens. And the Coalition for Truth and Justice has urged the federal government to immediately shut down the controversial Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council to stop it being used to facilitate further scams. Reacting to the controversy in Abuja on Thursday, the group expressed concerns demanding an independent probe into how Matthew Adeyemi managed to operate the council from a federal secretariat. The group, however, cautioned critics for making inflammatory comments as investigation and prosecution of the suspects are ongoing.
Anti-corruption agencies should trace any money released or solicited in the name of PFIPC. Where funds have been drawn unlawfully, they should be recovered. Those funds should be recovered. And where criminal conduct is established, prosecution should follow without delay.
Presidential spokesperson Bayo Nanuga recently stated that the PIFPC does not exist and that Gbajabiamila never appointed Matthew Adeyemi. Adeyemi insists that he paid $400 million naira to the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila, to secure the appointment and had an account with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. He has promised to reveal the truth in courts. Well, that's the IT reports. I am Sadiat Dusumu. Thank you for staying with us.
At Chabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
Anna Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have one's means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson Amika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
President Tinubu commissions Katsina access roads, enhancing easy access to renewed hope cities. Federal Capital Territory Administration impounds 40 commercial vehicles for operating outside designated bus terminal. 18 persons killed in land tussle between two tribes in Katako district of Rafi local government area of Niger State. This is Abuja Report on AIT. I am Aicheda Majakodomi. You're welcome. Now, President Bola Tinubu says thousands of affordable housing units, including the 3,112 units renewed Hope City in Kasana, have now become more accessible, livable, and secure. The president, represented by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, made this known on Friday while commissioning the 10.5-kilometer access road to the renewed Hope Cities, an estate in the Kasana West District of Abuja.
The week ended on a high note with the commissioning of access roads to the renewed Hope Cities and Estates in Kasana District by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who represented President Bola Tinubu.
In the name of Almighty God.
Senate President Akpabio described the completion of the project as timely and of significant value.
Housing without access is a blueprint without a structure. For too long, Abuja's story was awarded and abandoned. Today, we are ending that story with roads that open, not one that shall be abandoned.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, also used the occasion to defend the president's infrastructure record in the FCT.
The presenters had to take on the Senate President. The Senate President said, no president in this country has constructed infrastructure the way President Tinubu has done. We were in Abuja yesterday, and the subject matter has to do with infrastructure as far as the FCT is concerned. And you said, and it is correct, no president has constructed not only in the city center, even the satellite town. That was what you said. It did not talk about the whole Nigeria. Even if you said the whole Nigeria, you are right.
FCT project commissioning activities will continue next week. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
40 commercial vehicles have been impounded by the Federal Capital Territory Administration for operating outside Marble-shaped bus and taxi terminal in Abuja. The Secretary Command and Control Center of the FCTA Security Services Department, Peter Olumuji, disclosed this after an enforcement exercise at Utako in Abuja.
Olumuji explained that the 40 vehicles were impounded as part of measures to ensure that all commercial vehicles operating on the roadside moved to the bus terminal. He added that the bus terminals were established to serve as clearing hubs for commuters within the FCT.
The FCT administration is intentional about the safety of every commuters in the FCT. And we know there have been incidences of vehicular bomb crime, which we popularly call one chance. And the minister has not been sleeping, and that's why these bus terminuses have been established.
Officials of the FCT Transport Secretariat said that several notices had been issued to commercial vehicle operators to move to the bus terminal.
The enforcement is to enlighten them and also to let them know the benefit of the terminal and to move in and start their usual business.
When you have operators, passengers will come, buy tickets, boarding announcement will be made, everybody go. What we are trying to do is ensure a system that works for everybody. And we are still brainstorming with all the operators. If you get to the terminal now, you will see everybody is happy.
They urge commercial vehicle owners to take advantage of the organized, secured, and serene facilities designed to provide commuters a safe and conducive transport experience. Dimas Nanzang, AIT News, Abuja.
And in a bold move to tackle rising substance abuse among youth and other vulnerable groups, the Nigeria Female Youth Organization has emphasized that drug addiction is a growing public health crisis that demands a high-impact awareness campaign across the country. The convener, First National Female Youth Conference 2026, Princess Mimi Peter, said this at the roundtable discussion on drug abuse in Abuja. We'll bring you that report much more later. The federal government says Nigeria is on the verge of eliminating trachoma as a public health concern, with only 11 local government areas yet to complete interventions. At the Accelerate Trachoma Elimination Program learning event organized by Sight Savers Nigeria in Abuja, FJ said 87% of trachoma has been eliminated, with over 90% of surgeries completed.
The federal government says just 11 of the 774 local government areas across the country are yet to achieve trachoma elimination target, with activities in 8 of them delayed due to insecurity. Authorities say the progress reflects sustained effort by government and development partners to combat the neglected tropical disease and prevent avoidable blindness.
Yes, we have gone a long way as far as elimination trachoma is concerned. We've got more than 87% success towards eliminating trachoma so far. We just have about 11 LGAs that are yet to achieve elimination. Insecurity is a big challenge, and it cuts across these LGAs.
We've also distributed 22 million, almost 29 million treatments with azithromycin across the years to prevent sight loss.
They, however, stressed that maintaining proper environmental and personal hygiene remains critical to completely eliminating trachoma, asking Nigerians to embrace regular face washing, proper sanitation, and clean surroundings as part of effort to stop the spread of the disease.
Given the drugs alone cannot do the magic for you, so you make sure people they have safe water, they use the toilet regularly, wash their hands regularly, so that once their environment is clean, I'm not sure this disease, you experience this disease. Because even in Europe, like in UK had trachoma before. What they had to do is make sure they instituted wash, and it disappeared.
The government reaffirmed its commitment to reaching the remaining affected communities despite security challenges. Onoshorena Obozege, AIT News, Abuja.
And now to political matters. A former senator representing Kaduna South Senatorial District, Danjuma Laha, said has transitioned his political focus to the gubernatorial race by successfully obtaining and submitting his nomination form under the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. The former federal lawmaker submitted the form at the party's national secretariat in Abuja, where he outlined his intentions to tackle insecurity and promote power rotation. Laha believed that his ambition was driven by a desire to unite the state and confront its security challenges, describing insecurity as Kaduna's most pressing problem. He is optimistic that he will return to the 11th session of the Nigerian Senate in 2027.
My obtaining this form was done by my people. They requested me to go for this position, and they obtained the form for me. So I brought it today for them to have. I have filled the form and I have returned it. That is just the situation. But anything one happens to do, sometimes one disappointments brings a lot of blessing. So I'm okay, and I thank my God. The primaries, completely, they were not done. Most places, most states in the whole country. I don't know where we're taking ourselves to, and I don't know what actually will be the reputation on the things we are doing today. But I am assuring you, if they continue like this, it will not be fair. It's always good for somebody to know that we have conducted the interview, the primaries. You conduct it, and if you fail, you know you fail. Or if you don't feel, you don't win. If you win, you don't know you win. But it will not be fair somebody to stop you completely, uprightly, not to have anything to do with the primaries to that level. So it brings a lot of people's image down.
NDC has been registered.
They have been registered now, and they are done with all what they have as a part of the fair. But I don't think ADC is having any problem. Anyway, it was just by the way they were talking about the NDC. They are done, and everything with them is okay. It's over. So I don't think there will be any problem in the near future.
The former senator insisted that the next governor of Kaduna State should emerge from the Southern Senatorial District in the interest of equity, justice, and fairness. Has insisted that the next governor of Kaduna should emerge from the Southern Senatorial District. If you are just joining us, this is Abuja Report on AIT, and here is a reminder of our top stories. President Tinubu commissions Kasana access roads, enhancing easy access to renewed hope cities. Federal Capital Territory Administration impounds 40 commercial vehicles for operating outside designated bus terminal. And 18 persons killed in land tussle between two tribes in Katakol district of Rafi local government area in Niger State. Welcome back. We now take you to Niger State, where 18 persons have been killed in a land tussle between two tribes in the Katakol district of Rafi local government area of Niger State. Confirming the development in a statement, the police spokesperson, Superintendent Wasiu Abiodun, said the report was received on June 29 at about 11:30 p.m. at Godoro village that armed men killed a 25-year-old man, prompting a repressive action by another group. A reconciliation committee headed by local government council officials is working with security agencies to address the crisis as joint police and military patrols have been deployed to the area to restore peace. The Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Christian Pilgrim Commission, Bishop Professor Stephen Adegbite, has stressed the need for peace and national unity, saying Nigeria cannot make meaningful progress without peace and stability. Bishop Adegbite made the remarks during the 2026 Annual General Staff Retreat of the Nigerian Christian Pilgrim Commission, held at the CSS Global Integrated Farms in Gora, Nasarawa State. The NCPC Executive Secretary explained that the annual retreat was part of preparations for the 2026 pilgrimage exercise and revealed that the Commission had successfully airlifted about 40,000 pilgrims to the Holy Land in the last 2 years. He expressed optimism that pilgrimage to Israel would resume once relative peace returns to the region, enabling Christians to pray for peace in Nigeria and for the successful conduct of the 2027 general elections. He urged Nigerians to continually pray for the restoration of peace and tranquility across the country, insisting that sustainable development can only thrive in a peaceful environment.
Nigeria to move forward. Nigeria cannot move forward if there is no peace. It's when there is peace that you talk of progress. Let us pray that God will restore peace, joy, tranquility in our nation, and that the electioneering will be peaceful, election will be conducted, result will be announced, and new government will start May 29, 2027 by the special grace of God. So let us be careful. And also the politicians, they must play the game by the rule. No violence, no killings, no trouble, campaign peacefully.
Preparations for the next pilgrimage exercise continue. The Commission says its focus remains on promoting spiritual renewal while advocating peace, unity, and national development in Nigeria. The federal government says it is strengthening efforts to meet Nigeria's reporting obligations on desertification, land degradation and drought under the United Nations Convention. Speakers at the 2026 National Reporting Workshop in Abuja are calling for stronger collaboration among government institutions and the private sector to improve data collection and support the country's land restoration agenda. Our climate correspondent, Nkoli Omodu, reports.
Nigeria became a party to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in 1997, joining more than 190 countries committed to combating desertification, restoring degraded land, and advancing Sustainable Development Goal 15. This national reporting workshop, organized by the Department of Desertification, Land Degradation and Drought Management in the Federal Ministry of Environment, focused on strengthening Nigeria's reporting process under the convention, a key tool for measuring progress in addressing land degradation, desertification and drought.
We bring all the stakeholders together and then urge them to provide the data they have so that we can collate them together, clean them, and then use them for the reporting process to ensure that Nigeria presents quality data to the international community.
That is the whole purpose of this exercise, is to make a map of land degradation and make a national estimate that can be trusted so we can make decisions on this data specifically and decide where the priorities need to be put to combating land degradation.
Minister of Environment Balarabe Lawal, represented at the workshop, highlighted ongoing government initiatives, including the Great Green Wall Program, afforestation and reforestation projects aimed at restoring degraded landscapes, improving livelihoods, and promoting environmental sustainability.
The data you are presenting is going to indicate the challenges you have, and allocation will be found will now be based on justification for addressing the challenge.
Participants acknowledged progress in several frontline states and expressed confidence that stronger collaboration among government agencies, research institutions, development partners, and the private sector will enhance the quality of Nigeria's reporting, strengthen evidence-based decision-making, and accelerate the country's drive towards land degradation neutrality and sustainable development. Nkoli Omodu, AIT News, Abuja.
Thousands of retired federal government workers are set to receive long-awaited pension payments as the federal government set to clear more than 39 billion naira in outstanding pension liabilities owed to pensioners under the Defined Benefit Scheme. The payment, according to the statement released by the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate and signed by its head of corporate communication, Benga Ajayi, the payment covers former workers of the defunct NITEL and MTEL, PHCN, Assurance Bank, Nikon, and People's Bank. The move is expected to bring relief to many retirees who have waited years for their entitlement. For thousands of pensioners, the announcement signals the end of years of uncertainty and financial hardship. The federal government says it has paid over 39 billion naira in outstanding pension liabilities, benefiting pensioners under the Defined Benefits Scheme across several defunct government-owned organizations. The largest payment, amounting to over 25 billion naira, settles a 35-month pension backlog owed to 9,675 retirees of the defunct NITEL and MTEL. Nearly 9.5 billion naira has also been released as the first half of the back-end computation arrears for 3,959 PHCN pensioners, while more than 5 billion naira covers outstanding pension increment arrears for over 11,000 retirees from Assurance Bank, NITEL, and Nikon. And that's Abuja report on AIT. I am Aicheda Majakodomi. Thanks for staying with us.
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Nemetete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents 1 death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall, deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict, and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows. mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Naji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities.
Good evening. Welcome to Democracy Today on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I'm Hadiza Audu. Now let's begin. Are women sidelined in politics in Nigeria? That is the poser, and we'll be focusing on that conversation tonight. The year 2027 will be a unique year in Nigeria. The country stands at another democratic crossroads. The billboards will soon dot the landscape across the country. The chanting slogans are being composed. But behind the electioneering fanfare lies an age-long unbroken barrier. Despite decades of advocacy, the political arena remains a fiercely guided men's club. For Nigerian women, a seat at the political table is still treated as a concession, not a right. Today, the price of democracy has hit the roof. Nomination fees are priced for the money bags. Campaign budgets require deep pockets, leaving those with lean purses and structural disadvantages, such as youths and women, completely out in the cold. In this high-stakes game of cash and muscle, is gender parity in Nigeria politics dead on arrival? Can the status quo be shattered? Tonight, we'll pull the curtains. We bring some of the frontline fighters for justice and fair play. Gender activists demanding justice and fair play. A female presidential candidate navigating the scheming and plots of highly valued but costly terrain. And the pro-democracy campaigner fighting for the soul of electoral integrity. In Nigeria, 2027 is calling, but is Nigeria ready to let half of its population lead, or will history be repeated? The conversation starts in just a moment. Do stay with us.
The issues as they break, the multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Now, let's go to what's trending in the Nigerian political scene. For the second time within a week, a yet-to-be-identified gunmen invaded the prestigious National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, KARU, near Jos, capital of Plateau State. But prompt action by security operatives who killed one of them prevented a major deadly mission. On June 29, 2026, troops repelled an attempted infiltration by gunmen into the institute through the second gate. The incident occurred at about 11 p.m. Nigerian time on Wednesday. The head of public affairs of the institute, Dr. Osime Samuel, who confirmed the incident, said there was no breach of the institute's security premises. The National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Nigeria's premier policy think tank and training center, which advises Nigerian government on national development and security frameworks. And to another story. The Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, one of the strong social political groups in Nigeria, has faulted the federal government's road development plan. The geopolitical zone body expressed its displeasure over the sidelining of the South-South in the allocation of the newly approved nearly 4 billion naira road development infrastructure. The PANDEF's national chairman, Ambassador Godknows Egali, told journalists at the news conference in Abuja that the neglect of the oil-rich region could deepen feeling of marginalization, which could also be detrimental to national cohesion.
The East-West Road, you go 2 kilometers one side, then you cross over to the other side, move another 2 kilometers, you cross over to the other side, move another. There is almost no place in the East-West Road, apart from those ones that were completed some years ago, that you can go 10 kilometers without crossing to the other side of the road. And the work is going on, but at a snail pace. At a snail pace. A double culvert takes 6 months to construct, and I'm not an engineer, but we see other places where roads are constructed with speed, as is being done, like, for example, here in the FCT, where our son, Yeson Wike, is doing a great job, and we see the work going on. Contractors are working, but on the East-West Road, the minister would disagree with me, but I tell the minister, I travel on that road every week. Every week, not only me, but other officials of our organization. The pace of work is too slow. And that is a legacy road that connects the whole region. And this pattern of projects where South-South is neglected is consistent. When recently, today, the Onne port is not working as it should, the Calabar port is not working, the Port Harcourt port is not working, the Warri port is not working.
Now, let's go to our conversation for tonight. We're talking about inclusive democracy, money, power, and the Nigerian women. And I have two powerful women in the studio to talk to me about this, and one on Zoom link. To my right is Ada Frederick, presidential candidate and founder, National Democratic Party, NDP. Welcome to our studios.
Thank you.
And seated next to her is Mary Ikoku, a political strategist, gender advocate, and founder, Emerge Women Development Initiative. Welcome to the studios.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
I mean, it's always nice to have this conversation and seeing all ladies and the conversation, women, inclusion.
What a way to go.
I know.
All right, so let me start with the presidential candidate, and we're talking about how women are fed in politics so far. And you, as a presidential candidate, let's talk about the plutocracy, the government of the rich, and indeed navigating the massive deployment, huge money, when traditional politics is actually being financed by the men. What's your journey so far?
Actually,
It has been very, very challenging for the women in Nigeria as far as democracy is concerned. But I think we're getting there with the 30%, 35% affirmative actions women have been craving for. I think we are getting almost there, getting to the 35% or even more than. In the democracies of today, we have more women and youth getting into the politics.
So have you been able to pull through as a female presidential candidate? Any hurdles so far?
Yes, there is. There are hurdles, but when you know what you are looking for, when you are focused, you don't really mind your gender. You just have to go for what you're looking for. Because the men do the same. Nobody stopped them, so you shouldn't wait until somebody tells you stop. You should keep going, keep your head up straight, and fight for what you want.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you to tell us your experience in this male-dominated arena of politics. But let me go to Mary now to talk to us about the dynamics. Okay, Mary, you are a political strategist. How have you been able to maneuver? I mean, we're talking about reserved seats for women. It's been in the parliament, and we have a male, Benjamin, also in support of that. How do we compare this Nigeria reserved seats for women? Because that's what we are fighting for right now. We are fighting for reserved seats for women. Whereas countries like Rwanda and Tanzania are far gone. They have more women in parliament than even the men. So have you been able to maneuver as a political strategist?
Thank you very much. First of all, I think that when we are discussing this issue of inclusion, we need to have a good understanding that it is not women issue. First of all, it is democracy issue. Because you can't comfortably say you have a democracy in a democracy and a system and a political space that excludes the participation of half of its population. So when we're talking about inclusion, it is not women issue, it is democracy issue. Then, unfortunately, the political space we have, you know that you and I know that for democracy to thrive, or democracy thrives on a few things: representation, inclusion, internal party democracy, right? But unfortunately, Nigeria's politics is still evolving. Our democracy is still evolving. And one of the most troubling aspects of this evolution of our democracy in Nigeria is the lack of inclusion of women, not just the women, youth, and people living with disability. And our politics now, the system is deeply entrenched in patriarchy, monetized politics, and lack of internal party democracy. And oftentimes, like we've just had primaries across different political parties, those who make the decision on who emerges as the candidates of a party are oftentimes have nothing to do with internal party democracy, but more to do with some political blocks. Oftentimes we call godfathers, or some structural arrangement, party structure. So, and oftentimes this group are mostly men. And inclusion, gender, is the last thing on their mind. It's not part of their considerations most times. So what that tells you is that it makes it very difficult for women and this group of people that I've talked about to emerge in elections. Because what you have at election, first of all, election doesn't start in 2027. It starts from when the parties are building their consensus, building their party structures. You see, they all had conventions, all the political parties. So you ask yourself, the exclusion started right from party organizing and putting the structure of the leadership of the party. So where you are having the national chairman, man, national secretary, legal advisor. All positions are occupied by men. So parties, political parties need to begin to be more intentional.
Why are we lacking behind?
Why are we lacking behind?
Yes.
What I've just...
Because some would say the women are not coming out to take leadership positions.
Yeah, it's easier said. You know, the background I laid first is what democracy thrives on. And I also talked about how the stage, the peculiarity of Nigeria's democracy. But secondly is that there are so many, a potpourri of issues that are that we will see the impeding the success of competent women. I'm not interested in just having women in office, but I'm more about capable and competent women. But what you have going right now is that there's also the issue of money and the issue of structure, party structure. So you need to understand that the problem is systemic. It's a structural problem. There are structural barriers. And unless you address those structural barriers intentionally, you have to be intentional. Okay. Otherwise, because the gap has been there from history. So for you to close that gap, and that's why I feel, even as someone who has run for office, I feel that more than ever, Nigeria needs that reserve seat, more than anything right now.
Yeah.
From the experience in the field while running for House of Reps.
Oh, okay, well, thankfully, we have a woman who is the founder of a political party.
Absolutely loving it.
There we go. We started already. So let's join Mma Odi, a pro-democracy campaigner who's standing by for us on Zoom. Mma, nice to see you. You're looking good. I don't think she could hear me. Can you hear me, Mma?
I think she has audio.
Sure. Unmute yourself. Okay, I said nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
All right. Okay, so let's, as a pro-democracy campaigner, let's talk about the reserve seats for women, how far it has come. Reserve seats bill, as we all know, has been stalled in the National Assembly. But we do have a man who is standing strongly behind the women on this bill. That's Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu. He's doing a good job on that. So let's talk about that, Mma.
Okay, go.
How else do we go about it? And what is the road to 2027 elections now that the bill has been stalled at the National Assembly?
I don't think the bill. Good evening. Greetings to the other women at the studio. I don't think the bill has been installed at the National Assembly. I think that they are coming. We know by now that even if it was passed like 2 months.
Okay, we're having a problem with Mma there, but let me come back to you in the studio. Ada, so let's talk more about it. So we are talking about the reserve seat for women bill, which has been going on in the National Assembly for a while now. And I did talk about Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, who is strongly behind the bill. But for now, I think it's being swept aside just to concentrate on more issues, even though there is still background talks about it going on at the National Assembly. So we're talking about Rwanda, talking about Tanzania, we're talking about Europe. America also has a huge number of women in parliament. So what is your major concern?
Reserve seats for women may not be able to survive in the current democracy dispensation, because, when you talk about democracy, it's a majority, it's a game of majority. And so when you start talking about, agitating about reserving a seat for a particular gender, you are telling the voters, don't vote. I think women are competing with men. And I have
are we really competing with men?
Yes, we are competing as the men are competing. So you can't say, okay, this seat should be reserved for women. And
so are you against reserved seats for women?
Not really, but I don't see it working in the present democracy we have, that is, in the present situation.
Okay.
I don't see it happening. Because we just have we just registered a political party. And I will take my party as an example. Because when we were about selling form, you see a lot of women coming to ask, they want to buy their form. The men will come and then ask you to reduce price for them, especially the young people. And these are the things, the challenges we're having. Women are ready. But you don't have to wait to ask for a particular position for them to give you a seat. You have to push for it. I will encourage the women, the Nigerian women, to push for what they want. You can push to run for governors.
Just like
and if you have the capacity, you have the quality, they will vote for you. That is why when we just concluded our primaries and everybody seems to like, most of the people agitating for me to run for the presidency, they are the men. Because they have seen the kind of leadership I brought into the table. So if you are good, don't just wait until you are asked, okay, this constituency, men should not go. Because if you are waiting for that, I don't think we will achieve that, at this, this critical time. And if you see most of the political parties, they will tell you most of the positions that are supposed to be held by women, you see men going to run for it. So we cannot wait for them to reserve a seat for us. We should push to get that seat we want. We should push to get there instead of waiting that, the men will allow you to be voted for, just because you are female. Just push for it. Let us unite and push for what we want.
Okay, so I've been told that Uma is back on Zoom. So Uma, let's continue from where we stopped. I was talking about the bill at the National Assembly, that's the reserved seat for women bill. You said it has not been stalled. What exactly is going on with the bill?
Okay, I think because so many people, so many things, we are already in election mood. And members of the National Assemblies are more concerned of returning back than addressing any other concern. But I think because they have given promises that they will pass it, even if it had been passed in February or March or January this year, there's no way it can be used for the year 2027 general elections. Mm-hmm. But talking about special seat for women, why we need it? We need it because to address the historical injustice against women. We need the bill because Nigeria is made a vehicle made to run on two beautiful engines. But one engine is the one that's been running, and that engine is not very perfect. And that's why we have kidnappings, we have poverty, we have hunger, we have failed, almost collapsed physical infrastructure, we don't have good education, healthcare service is non-existent. That's why we need the women to be on the driving seat. If the women are not on the table, when they discuss issues, they will not discuss our concerns, our needs, and interests. The men didn't fight to come into it. They actually occupied the space. And they say, our sisters in the northern part of Nigeria started voting in 1979. That is our history, historical injustice. And when the southern people started voting, before then, if you must have 20 pounds for you to be qualified, the women do not have those money in the southern part. That is the history, historical injustice against women. In addressing it, we have to have, like other countries that Uganda, Rwanda, they provided affirmative action to bring women to the table. And that's why their country somehow is working. And it's like it's not even in African continent. Women must be on the table. When you watch a Kenyan assembly, you will see how vibrant the women that there are. South African registration, you see the women as vibrant as ever. we need women on the table, because if the women are not on the table, we will continue with insecurity, poverty, lack. Hunger is killing everybody. You can listen to the report that was just released 2 days ago on the level of hunger and poverty, especially in the northern Nigeria, because the women are not on the table. We cannot say it enough. We have been campaigning for inclusion of women since the return of democracy in 1999. And at times we make gains, at times we lost gains. We have been on the downtown losing of spaces we created and occupied in the past years. Our best was during Jonathan. Even Abacha government, so many women came on the table before they saw.
All right, Uma. Okay, Uma is gone again. I'm sure she would rejoin us. But talking about inter-party democracy, inter-party democracy, do you think that INEC should come in terms of ensuring that we have some women on parties' list during elections?
Before going to that, I think we need to also have a good understanding about this reserve seat bill. And I'm saying this because of my sister here who feels she views it, which I totally understand, from the prism of we are in a competition. Of course, democracy is all about fair competition. Exactly. But there's nothing fair in a democracy where there is a long history of exclusion. So what you need to do is to close the gap. And what the reserve seats bill, ably championed by the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, seeks to achieve is to close that gap. It's, I support it wholeheartedly. However, I don't even think that the reserve seat bill is enough. So even if after it's been passed, I just want to say that it's not the solution entirely.
Thank you.
It's part of the solution, the way forward. But it's more like a bridge. Bridging the gap that
you have to start
totally,
from somewhere.
yes, you have to start from somewhere. So it's a fantastic thing that this 10th Assembly will do for Nigeria's democracy. The reserve seat bill, reserve seats, when it eventually comes to stay, is not, first of all, we need to understand, it's not the destination. That is not where we are going. They are just there to correct historical problems. So what this bill would do, if we just leave it at achieving reserve seats, right, and do nothing about the structural defects, then we can only just have women there. But so we've dealt with the symptom, and the root, the problem persists. So, and the problem may return after the 16 years of reserve seat bill. So it's just to say that...
But after 16 years, it's expected that it's been looked at again,
yes,
and then treated.
Absolutely. But I just don't want us to view this as doing women a favor. We just need to see it's about correcting a structural barrier that is existing. Because, and this structural barrier is preventing equal participation and is stopping Nigeria from developing. Because Nigeria loses so much when they don't utilize half of its population's talents, potentials, competencies. When you exclude women and others, you are excluding a lot from the country, and the country cannot succeed.
Same thing as excluding youths as well.
Yes.
Because it's all encompassing.
Absolutely. And when you talk about the issue of internal party democracy,
yes,
it is something that you talked about. If INEC can
come in and ensure that women are part of it.
Of course, this bill will give INEC the means that they need to enforce. INEC cannot operate out of a vacuum. So when there is this reserve seat bill, INEC will now insist, we want to see this number, so if it's one House of Reps in every state, INEC will make those demands from each of the political parties. You see the beauty of addressing the problem structurally, systemically, and using the legal framework. This is how it works, and this is how countries that have done it have measured up. So we need the Reserve Seat Bill more than ever. It's the best thing this 10th National Assembly can do for Nigeria's democracy, not just for women, because it's not just a women issue. It is a democracy issue and a national issue.
Very well said. Now, women are better managers. That has been established right from time. And we've seen it worked during the time of President Goodluck Jonathan, where he had more women in his cabinet. And we also saw it happen when, during Obasanjo too, he also followed suit. He had more women in his parliament. He started it actually before Goodluck Jonathan took place. But now, what we are seeing is like no women at all, very imbalanced, and women are worried. I'm worried. I don't know if you are. So the question now is, where do we go? If we say women are better managers, can they also do better in politics? What is the yardstick to say, okay, when we bring in these women, they obviously would do even better than the men?
Actually,
because talk is cheap. It's okay to say, oh, we want reserve seats, women must come and all that. So actually, what is the assurance?
Actually, the former president of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, initiated something that we thought the other presidents who came after him would emulate. But they didn't, do enough to protect the rights of women. And I keep saying it, that women are not to wait until somebody pushes them. We should push ourselves, we should support ourselves. When you see a woman on the ballot, other women should surround her, vote for her, protect her rights, and make sure that, because when there are 2, 3, 4, you see that we start occupying space. And I don't even believe in this bill, because you know what? Men will take advantage of that and restrict some women who are better qualified to be where they can. We are aiming to see our women becoming the president, because Nigeria have come to the crossroad where we should rely on the woman, the woman gender, to straighten things.
Yes, indeed.
And even if we cannot get that, what will happen if you have a woman as a vice president, or a woman, occupying? Yes, we want to see that happening. But when you talk about giving women a space in the National Assembly, you are telling us that good number of women who are willing to be there will be just restricted, because they will share this thing to make sure that the good ones are stopped. So we want to compete. We want to see ourselves buy our form, contest like every other person, be given a chance to run as a governor, not to be considered as a deputy governor. Yes,
be given a chance and not to be chanced out of it.
And we should vote for ourselves. We should have this kind of culture of accepting ourselves. Yes.
Women, accepting women. I mean, there's nothing wrong in Mary being a Senate president sometimes.
Yes.
All right. So let's go back to Mma, who is standing by for us. Yes, Mma, if you're still there, I'd like to ask you if there's any pathway or any other way to power for women in Nigeria.
Okay, I think what we should actually do now is what we used to do in the past. So many people are doing so many things. What we need to do is, like one of the speakers there that was saying that we need women with capacity. Now we need to support women anywhere we found them, whether it's in ADC, whether it's in APC, whether it's in NDC, wherever we found women, we need to have conversation with them. We need to support them. Special seat in the name is to special affirmative action to address the injustice. And it does not resist women from contesting other positions everywhere. He just said in these areas of special seat, women will contest alone. No other women, young women, women with disability will contest those seats, not man. So that's why it's a special seat. But women also are free to contest other positions in their constituencies, in their districts, in their states, in their local government area. All we need now is that we will follow women. We have conversations with the women who are candidates, and how can we support them? We can support them everywhere we see them, but we need to have a conversation with them. We need to tell them that they are representing us. They are not representing themselves. So we are going to sacrifice everything to stand by them. We have history. We've done it in the past. And few women came in through that in our project when we told women wherever you see them, support them. So we need to support women wherever we see them. But we have to have a conversation with them. That when you get there, you are representing us and not anybody. You are carrying the burden of women, their interests, their concerns, their issues to that table. When you win, that you are representing Nigerian women and not you, and not your party, not your family. And the party must be made to understand that fact. All we need now is to go and carry out research. How many women are in this party that can win elections? ADC, NDC, APC. And how can we now have to have a conversation with them? What do you need? But remember that you are representing women, Nigerian women, their issues and concerns. And if you represent women, their issues and concerns and interests, you have covered the family, you have covered the community and the society. Because the needs of women are the needs of the children, are the needs of pregnant women, are the needs of the youth, are the needs of the persons with disability, are the needs of the elderly, because the women are the caregiver. So we have to make our women who are contesting under these parties to understand that you are carrying the burden of women to those seats. And we need to lie around and support them. When we are supporting them wholeheartedly. We are not going to collect 2,000 from the men or 5 or 10, like I saw in Ekiti last month. We are going to support women, not half-heartedly, wholeheartedly, to ensure they win election and come. And when special seat comes from the subsequent elections, from obstacle elections, we will make sure that women are represented. But for now, what we have is to support women who have emerged as candidates in these major political parties and ensure that they win those seats and positions. And as they go there, they have to be sure they are representing the entirety of the Nigerian women. They are carrying us in their hearts. They are not going to, in the past, some of them, when we reach out to them, they say, no, women didn't bring us here. We are not going to be talking women. But now they have seen that you have to stand for something. And the only thing you can stand for is the issues of women, their concerns and interests, which is the generality of what the society is talking about. Because we are the majority of the poor. We are the majority of people who do not have access to issues. We are the ones who suffer maternal mortality rate. Nigeria is the second highest across the globe. We are the ones who born children that die before their 5th birthday. We are the ones. If you address the issues of women and their concerns and interests, we have solved 90% of the Nigerian problems. So women that are in the political parties that can win elections, we need to reach out to them. First of all, we will document them, and we have to consult with them. We have to meet with them. We have to discuss with them, and we have to support them. This is the minimum we can do to ensure that the women are on the table going forward before we get the special seat and the women contest against women.
Okay, Ma, we saw in the chat there that Jonathan had the highest number of women in politics,
sure,
in position.
Sure.
And then, indeed, Obasanjo had 14%. Now, in 2023, up until now, we do have just 2.8%. How did we get this low? And then we also have proponents telling us that it's less than 5% of women in parliament in Nigeria. So going into 2027, what can women do now? Even though we do know that the seat for the reserve seat for women bill is stalled for now. But what can women do going into 2027 to ensure that women that are contesting get a fair share of what they deserve?
Okay, looking at our history, where we are coming from Obasanjo time, we saw that there was concise effort by Obasanjo asking them to give him women. Like Dr. Pauline that came on board. It was Obasanjo that brought her. So many people, and you saw how women performed. How Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala performed. Yes. For the first time, we started hearing the amount of money that goes to states, that goes to the local government areas. And that's when budget tracking started. We started tracking our budget because a woman was on the table. And you saw what Professor Dora Akunyili did with the fake drugs in Nigeria. The women who served under Obasanjo transformed, and under women, that was when we had the cancellation of Nigeria debts that we have accumulated again, because women stepped out and made it possible. So we have to meet with the candidates, the major candidates that will win the election in 2027, 16th of January, presidential election and National Assembly. We have to ask them, when you win, you have to give us 20%, 40%, 50% of women as ministers, as special advisors. They have to make intentionally conscious effort to bring women on board. We are supposed to meet with them. We are not going to be grandstanding and this and that. No, this is the time to work together. And let me shock you, while we were recording great achievements under Obasanjo, under may he so rest in peace, Musa Yar'Adua, under Jonathan, was because we were working together as a team. Professor Akonde, if you hear that a woman is touched in any part, we will land in Abuja. Then I was living in Lagos. We were working as a team. Now we are working like NGOs. We need to work as a team. We need to go back to where we used to be. We need to work as a team. We need to put the issues of women. Then nobody funded our coming to Abuja. Nobody funded anything, you know. When we entered Abuja to save the job of Patricia Tate, the Speaker of House of Representatives, they were, even when she says the women did not elect her there, we didn't stop. We were fighting till the end. So we need to work as a team, as women together. Not speaking, we can disagree on everything, on the powder we put, on our party logo, on everything. But when it comes to the issue of interest, concerns, and the of women, what the women need, our needs, our concerns, our interests, we must speak with one voice. We cannot speak with different voices. When it concerns that women must be brought to the table, we must leave our NGOs' name out of it. We must leave our political parties' name out of it. The only thing we have to speak is that women, we must come to the table. Thank you.
All right, Ma, thank you. So let me come back to you, women in the studio. So women make half, if not more than half, of registered voters in elections. Now, taking a look at the strength of women, yet they vote overwhelmingly for men. What do you see is the missing link? Is there a way this can be reversed?
Well, what we are doing now is part of the way. Having conversation, changing mindsets, because what you need to understand is that women, the country as it is deeply entrenched in patriarchy. So those patriarchal norms, and women, there are also expectations from women. The society has a certain expectation of what the role women should, play in the society. Excuse me. Then how can we move from, even though we realize that we have the number, it is just for us to strategically ensure that we turn around the number from being a mere population to an election-winning resource.
Formidable force.
Yes. But for that to happen, there is a lot of deconstructions that need to happen. And one of them is the culture that feels women should not be seen. Women should be in the kitchen and all of that. That culture needs to change. It needs to change. And when you go to some offices, you'll find out that they put portraits of leaders. They put Nelson Mandela, Barack Obama, and all these world leaders, Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, and all those. You won't find a woman. They don't remember that there have been women leaders all over the place. So what that does is that even the young girl in the school, even if she's a head girl, she sees leadership as strictly a role of a man. And we need to continue to educate people, continue to advocate, and continue to change minds. And I'm happy to say that over time, minds are changing because of the kind of work women that have come to power have executed. And Nigeria is not lacking in competent women. Nigeria is not having women problem. It is a systemic, structural problem. And what you can see is where go to the banking sector, financial institutions, go to corporates, go to any other sector, even medical field. Women are doing so much. They're doing so well, outstandingly well. Women come to the job with fresh pair of eyes. We are different. We are better at what we do. And when people begin to see this as competition between men versus women issue, it kind of cringes me because we are losing the actual, the real issue here. It is really about a country not, putting it in a way that you do not measure up in terms of attaining greater heights like other countries of the world and utilizing the talent pool of your other half of the population. The country suffers for it. So if you've seen that women in the banking sector, the banks we started seeing, First Bank became great, Access Bank, all of these banks you're seeing that are doing so well now, they have women on the board. It was when one man thought about it and said, we need to start to mainstream women. If there are 5 men on board, at least 2 should be women. And you can see the shift in, you can see how well the banking, that sector is doing.
Not just banking, even in organizations.
Even organizations, the groups, even the medical sector. So we are not short, we don't have shortage of competent women or women with capacity. What we have is just a system that doesn't want to give access to the other half of the population, that doesn't want to just, take from the talent pool of the population of women. And then people say, I like it when people say, women don't support women. Men don't wake up to support men. They don't either. It is something they do based on interest. The man sees the other man as stiff competition. Women support women anytime, but it's just that women need to find out to be more strategic and more intentional in how we support one another. Men don't also, at the end of the day, even when you see politics, men either, they don't even vote their fellow men. Men and women, people vote according to different, it could be party structure, it could be based on culture, it could be religion, it could be affiliation with this person, and not necessarily is the woman not wanting to vote the other woman.
I agree with you quite, because we really do have competent women in all spheres.
All over the place.
All over the place, in companies, in organizations, in broadcasting, journalism, everywhere. Women are there that are quite knowledgeable. Okay, your take on that. You spoke about women supporting women. I want us to close on that note. How do we translate women supporting women to the polls in 2027?
Women supporting women is very important if we want to achieve what we are looking for. Women contribute the largest number of votes, and we deserve to have a place in the politics of Nigeria. If we are bringing in majority of the vote, what happens if we put that vote together for ourselves? We have achieved something. instead of talk or asking them to give us the reserve place. When we know we should go to the polling vote, you see women are the ones that vote and make sure that the votes are secure.
Actually, the
man will do their own and go, but women will never leave the polling station, polling unit until everything is counted.
Yeah. So let's translate.
So why should we be the one asking for support when we have the numbers?
Power. We have the numbers, we have the power.
We should do that for ourselves.
Let me, final take from Mma. Mma, within a minute, just give us your final thoughts on women, supporting women.
My final thought is that I thank Democracy Today for always pushing the issue and interests of women forward, that we will get there. And I also request that they spend more time on this issue so that now it's like mobilizing all women. That we agree that men always fight. But when men come together for their particular interests, and women in the past, we have rich history that women went to war in Abia State and Imo State, the current Imo and Abia State. When the women in Akwa Ibom and Cross River heard about it, they joined the war without even asking questions. The women in current River State heard about it, the Ogoni women. They joined the war without asking questions. We have rich history, and women in Abeokuta did many more than that. And also, even women, Fumila Sankuti, kept to mobilize the Southeast women during the MPCMP party. And fought for the women. We need to work together. We do not have any excuse not to work together. It's the only thing that can put us on the table. We must work together. We are supporting women. Men kill themselves. They die. They destroy themselves. We only fight about petty things. We don't kill ourselves. We need to come together to win. That's the only way to save Nigeria, actually. Nigeria will only be saved when we enter the table, women. Because the people they slaughter every day were carried in 9 months by the women and nurtured. We need to stop insecurity in Nigeria only when the women comes to the table. Good night and thank you.
Very much. And on that note, we close the show for tonight. Just heard that Mma Odi, pro-democracy campaigner. She joined us via Zoom. She's here in Abuja anyways. Thank you for joining us on the program, Mma.
Thank you.
All right. And also we had join us Mary Ikoku, political strategist, gender advocate, founder, Emerge Women Development Initiative. Thank you so very much for coming.
It's fine.
And indeed, Ada Frederick, presidential candidate, National Democratic Party, and indeed the founder of the party. Thank you for making time out.
Thank you
for joining us. All right, and that's the program. My name is Hadiza Audu. See you again. But on Monday, hopefully, Tevetia would be here. I've been standing in for him all the way from Wednesday. Hopefully, you'll be here to take over the program. See you some other time. Goodbye.
of you will not kill me in this house. 2 of you, you will not kill me in this house.
But come to think of it, what if she has to do it for the expansion of the company? Did I pay it complete? Answer my question now. Did I pay your bride price complete?
Yes.
You will call them now. Tell them to refund me.
Look, I actually came here to give you an ultimatum.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Of what?
You have to choose between this job
There's
or
a
me.
saying that goes, what a man can do, a woman can do better.
But we should only pull because my name Jatsi.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
No, má pè mí Mr. Johnson mọ́. Johnson. O lè fà mí ràn gbọ̀ngàn. Mo ti sọ fún ẹ tẹ́lẹ̀ náà.
Oh, ti change.
Mi ò lè change.
Báwo tẹ̀lé ṣe kọ́ ẹ? Why don't you do like this? You're married. Hey, well, you married, no? She meeting me till last a little while. Check out where till the last one day.
Can you just shut up? Ṣó wà okay, sir? Mo dẹ̀ sọ that it won't continue. Ṣó wà okay? Ṣó o gbádùn, sir?
Why are you yelling at me?
Why would I yell at you? Why would I? Ṣó gbádùn, sir?
What is going on? Are we fighting?
We're not fighting. I'm just trying to arrange the bed now and keep our space for our baby.
But I'm not even pregnant. Is it not by tomorrow?
Is that the baby?
Oui.
Yeah. Monsieur? Oh, no, I was feeling the pain for her.
There's nothing like crypto pregnancy.
Did you do NYC? She should know that these things are signs that are higher than her level.
Laughable. Risible. Ishokunabi. See, I go school past 12 now, and I know say ritual killings, they happen up to today. As preposterous as it sounds.
Okay, fine. Now picture this. I kill someone and boom, I'm all of a sudden rich. What is the correlation between blood and money?
Did you tell her that I don't cook for you, Mofe?
Did he lie?
Did he lie? You need to stop complaining. If you want to cook for your brother, I think you should just marry him and cook for him. I should marry him Stop and complaining. cook for him because he cannot cook. And to think You of it, should come that and you cook carry for yourself him. doing makeup up and down.
Therefore, armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016. in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies into varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So
he reacts to Adeyemi Matthews' allegation against Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila. Again, ASUU threatens strike over derailment of 2025 agreements. In business, Environment Council targets a faster service, more jobs through reforms. And in sports, Nigeria moves to reform shooting sport with stronger regulation through police collaboration. This is the news on AIT. I am Binta Bukar. Tonight with me on the news is Ennemaku Ojochegbe.
Thanks a lot, Binta. Good evening and welcome. Let's begin on this note. How did an agency the federal government says does not exist operate for months, engage government institutions, meet foreign stakeholders to appear credible? That question is at the center of the ongoing case involving Adeyemi Matthew, who is accused of operating what authorities describe as a fake presidential agency. And while the federal government says it is a clear case of fraud and impersonation, the accused says there were official dealings and payments that gave legitimacy to his activities. Our correspondent Kadonojo Okoliku examines the conflicting claims, the evidence presented by both sides, necessitating interest of many Nigerians.
The federal government says the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council and the Presidential Economic Advisory Council never existed. According to the presidency, the councils were allegedly created by Adeyemi Matthew using forged appointment letters, fake government seals, and fake official documents to convince people that he was acting on behalf of the federal government. The matter came to light after the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council raised concerns about the activities of the organization. The complaint reportedly prompted investigations by the Department of State Services and the Nigeria Police Force, leading to Matthew's arrest in Abuja on 27 October 2025. But one question continues to generate public interest. How did an agency the government says does not exist manage to operate so openly for about a year? Investigators say the organization projected legitimacy through official-looking documents, presidential titles, and engagements with government institutions. Authorities also allege that the group held meetings with local and foreign stakeholders and sought diplomatic support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, creating the impression that it was an official government body. As part of this investigation, AIT visited the purported office of the organization at the Federal Secretariat in Abuja. On arrival, our crew was informed that the office had relocated from the premises.
Since they left here, we don't hear from them. Nothing about it.
No further information was provided about its current location. The case has also produced two different narratives. The federal government insists this is a straightforward case of fraud, forgery, and impersonation. Officials maintain there is no record anywhere within the federal government or the State House establishing either of the two councils. They also allege that forged documents and counterfeit seals were used to deceive government institutions and members of the public. But the accused presents a different account. According to Adeniyi Adeyemi Matthew, his activities were based on official dealings and payments, and his engagements with government officials were legitimate. Addressing journalists on Thursday, Matthew accused the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, of making contradictory statements about the existence of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council and the Presidential Economic Advisory Council. He called for an independent investigation into the two bodies. Matthew also alleged that the Chief of Staff received 400 million naira through a proxy and later demanded an additional 200 million naira to facilitate his appointment. AIT has not independently verified these allegations, and the office of the Chief of Staff has publicly denied wrongdoing. The claims remain before the court. Mr. Adeyemi further argued that if the councils never existed, as stated by the presidency, authorities should explain why references to the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council and the Presidential Economic Advisory Council allegedly appeared on pages 50 and 51 of the 2026 Appropriation Act. That claim has also become one of the issues attracting public scrutiny and may be addressed during the court proceedings. Both sides have presented what they say supports their position. The government's case relies on complaints from government institutions, findings by security agencies, alleged forged documents, and the position that no law establishing the council exists. Mr. Adeyemi, on the other hand, relies on documents he says authorize his activities, as well as his claim that government officials interacted with the councils and recognized their work. The authenticity of those documents is expected to be tested during the trial. Questions have also been raised on whether the alleged councils received government funding. The presidency maintains that the councils were not recognized government agencies. Meanwhile, Adeyemi insists references to the councils in the 2026 Appropriation Act support his claim that they were legitimate. The case raises questions about how official appointments, government documents, and presidential identities are verified. It also raises concerns about whether stronger safeguards are needed to prevent the misuse of government authority and public trust. The case is still before the court. No judgment has been delivered, and under Nigerian law, Adeniyi Adeyemi Matthew remains presumed innocent. As the trial continues, the court will determine whether this was a carefully planned fraud as alleged by the government, or whether the accused can establish the official recognition he claims. Whatever the outcome, the judgment is expected to have significant implications for public confidence, institutional accountability, and the integrity of government processes. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
A controversy surrounding the alleged Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council has raised important questions about Nigeria's public finance management system. While the presidency has denied existence of the agency, information circulating in the public domain suggests it may have appeared in official government processes. Beyond the politics of the matter, the controversy raises a broader question. Could a non-existent government agency make its way into Nigeria's financial system of national budgeting and government banking with the Central Bank of Nigeria? Our correspondent, Larry Babalola, completes.
We'll bring you that report as we move along. Moving on now, the presidency has accused the man identified as Matthew Adeyemi of deploying corruption allegations as a smokescreen to evade accountability while attempting to implicate the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila, in an alleged fraudulent scheme. The senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity, Tope Ajayi, made the allegation in a post on his official X handle where he argued that corruption remains one of the easiest accusations to level against public officials in Nigeria because it quickly shifts public attention away from the substance of allegations. Ajayi alleged that Matthew Adeyemi was deliberately exploiting that public perception to shield himself from scrutiny while attempting to drag the name of the chief of the staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila, into what he described as a criminal enterprise. He maintained that while several commentators had questioned the system that allowed the alleged fraud to thrive, many had failed to acknowledge that the same institutions eventually uncovered the irregularities and initiated the process that exposed the alleged scheme. According to the presidential aide, the case was not an example of a systemic collapse, but proof that institutional checks were functioning. He said officials of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission working alongside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs identified anomalies in the process and formally reported their findings to the appropriate authorities for clarification and action. Ajayi argued that the actions taken by the agencies demonstrated the capacity of government institutions to detect administrative irregularities and respond through established procedures. He, however, acknowledged that the alleged scheme could not have advanced without the support of insiders within government institutions.
Coalition for Truth and Justice has urged the federal government to immediately shut down the controversial Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council to stop it being used to facilitate further scams. Reacting to the controversy in Abuja, the group expressed concerns demanding an independent probe into how Matthew Adeyemi managed to operate the council from the federal secretariat. The group, however, cautioned critics from making inflammatory comments as investigations and prosecution of the subjects are ongoing.
Corruption agencies should trace any money released or solicited in the name of PFIPC. Where funds have been drawn unlawfully, they should be recovered. Those funds should be recovered. And where criminal conduct is established, prosecution should follow without delay.
Spokesperson Bayo Onanuga recently stated that PFIPC does not exist and that Femi Gbajabiamila never appointed Matthew Adeyemi. Meanwhile, Adeyemi insists that he paid 400 million naira to the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila, to secure the appointment and has an account with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. He has promised to reveal the truth in court.
We're still on to the news hour on AIT. We're now being joined by Eze Onyekere, a fiscal governance expert, to deliberate more on the issue at hand. Many thanks, Eze, for joining the news hour tonight. Let me ask you this to begin with straight. Now, what's your view really regarding the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, PFIPC scandal? How true really is it and how did we get here? Could you unmute your microphone? I can't quite hear you, really. Could you try to unmute your, the microphone on your device? Maybe I can hear you much clearly.
There is an
Oh dear, I can't quite hear him. We'll try to reconnect with Eze Onyekere much later as the news continues.
We told you a while ago that a controversy surrounding the alleged Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council has raised important questions about Nigeria's public finance management system. While the presidency has denied the existence of the agency, information circulating in public domain suggests it may have appeared in official government processes. Beyond the politics of the matter, the controversy raises a broader question. Could a non-existent government agency make its way into Nigeria's financial system of national budgeting and government banking with the Central Bank of Nigeria? Our correspondent, Larry Babalola, has more.
The Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, PFIPC, wasn't known to most Nigerians until this controversy. The Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, PFIPC, wasn't known to most Nigerians until this controversy. Allegedly established in August 2025, the PFIPC claims it is mandated to mobilize international partnership, attract foreign investment, and coordinate strategic interventions to advance Nigeria's global economic interests. However, the presidency says the council does not exist, yet there are allegedly pointers to a budget line, an allocation, and even a bank account with Nigeria's central bank. While the debate about the personalities involved continues, what seems to be more worrisome for most Nigerians is the integrity of the nation's institution and the integrity of Nigeria's financial system and processes. So the question arises, what does it take to create an agency of government? Creating a federal agency isn't informal. It starts with laws, an act of the National Assembly, or an executive instrument. From there, the supervising ministry takes charge. A budget proposal follows, scrutinized by the Budget Office, passed by the National Assembly, and assented to by the President. Only then does funding move through the Treasury single account and the CBN systems.
Let's assume for 1 second that all what the Chief of Staff to the President published were right, that the agency does not exist. Then how did the agency name get into the 2026 appropriation budget pages 50 and 51? If the agency does not exist, yes, finds its way into the Nigerian national budget. What that means is that the entire 2026 appropriation budget is a fraud and should be discarded.
The allegation is that the PFIPC appeared on the page of the 2026 Appropriation Act with an allocation of 1,302 million naira without ever passing those steps. Multiple layers, multiple institutions. Experts say if each of the different layers of safeguards functions as designed, an unauthorized entity can't get through unnoticed. Now the questions on the lips of many Nigerians are, does the PFIPC legally exist? Was it actually in the Appropriation Act? Did it get a budget code? Was it onboarded onto GiveMe's or TSA? Was a CBN account opened in its name? For now, there are claims and counterclaims. The episode has, however, reopened a bigger conversation about how resilient Nigeria's financial safeguards really are, and how quickly government moves to clarify when public trust is on the line. Landry Babalola, AIT News, Abuja.
Moving on now, another prosecution witness of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Jim Obaze, has urged the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory to widen the scope of prosecution in the alleged $6.2 million fraud involving former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele. While testifying before Justice Hamza Muazu in the ongoing trial, Obaze insisted that the case should not be limited to Emefiele alone, arguing that several other individuals allegedly played critical roles in the controversial release of funds from the federal government's foreign exchange account domiciled with the CBN. The witness expressed strong concern after reviewing documents allegedly linked to the transaction, including letters said to have emanated from the presidency and the office of the former secretary to the government of the Federation, Abbas Mustafa, authorizing the release of the funds to one Jibril Abubakar for purported election observer logistics. Obaze questioned the denials by Mustafa and other officials, particularly claims that the approval documents, including one allegedly bearing the signature of former President Muhammadu Buhari, were forged by those behind the transaction. He maintained that the circumstances surrounding the release of the money pointed to systemic failures and possible complicity by multiple actors within and outside the CBN. According to the witness, due process was allegedly ignored as proper verification procedures, compliance checks and internal control mechanisms should have detected irregularities before the funds were released. Obaze consequently demanded that former President Buhari be posthumously investigated and prosecuted over his alleged role in the transaction. He also called for the immediate prosecution of Boss Mustafa alongside Emefiele, insisting that anyone linked to the authorization or processing of the payment should face trial.
President Bola Tinubu says thousands of affordable housing units include the 3,112 unit Renewed Hope City, excuse me please, Renewed Hope City have now become accessible, livable and secure. The president, represented by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, made this known this Friday while commissioning the 10.5-kilometer access road to the Renewed Hope Cities and Estates in Karasana West District of Abuja.
The week ended on a high note with the commissioning of access roads to the Renewed Hope Cities and Estates in Karasana District by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who represented President Bola Tinubu.
In the name of Almighty God.
Senate President Akpabio described the completion of the project as timely and of significant value.
Housing without access is a blueprint without a structure. For too long, Abuja's story was awarded and abandoned. Today, we are ending that story with roads that open, not one that shall be abandoned.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, also used the occasion to defend the president's infrastructure record in the FCT.
The president had to take on the Senate President. The Senate President said, no president in this country has constructed infrastructure the way President Tinubu has done. We were in Abuja yesterday, and the subject matter has to do with infrastructure as far as the FCT is concerned. And you said, and it is correct, no president has constructed not only in the city center, even the satellite town. That was what you said. It did not talk about the whole Nigeria. Even if you said the whole Nigeria, you are right.
FCT project commissioning activities will continue next week. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Governor Basio too has directed contractors handling major infrastructure projects across Calabar metropolis to accelerate construction despite persistent rainfall. He is of the view that climate-related disruptions will not derail his administration's commitment to delivering critical road and drainage projects on schedule. The governor gave the directive during an inspection of ongoing road drainage and public infrastructure projects in Calabar metropolis.
The inspection tour took the governor to ongoing road projects, flood-prone areas and major drainage channels across Calabar metropolis, where he assessed the progress of construction and the impact of prolonged rainfall on infrastructure. Describing climate change as a growing challenge to road construction, Governor Basio too said the state is investing in improved drainage while researching more resilient road building materials capable of withstanding changing weather conditions.
There's need to open a new channel that will take the water out of here to where the water is supposed to empty into bigger channel that will take it to one of our rivers.
The inspection also focused on strategic public assets, including the ongoing remodeling of the cultural center, where the governor called for faster execution, saying the facility remains critical to the state's drive to strengthen tourism, culture, and the creative economy.
Going to the cultural center today was just to branch and look at how work is going there. We expected that facility to actually be completed before now. So if it's going to drag for more 90 days, then we have to sit back and look at what has been done.
For residents, the expectation is that the renewed push for faster execution will translate into completed projects that ease transportation, reduce flooding, and strengthen public infrastructure across the state. In Emesat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities has threatened to embark on an industrial action over the non-implementation of the 2025 federal government ASU agreement by the Plateau State government. The warning was issued by the ASU zonal coordinator during a press briefing in Jos.
Members of the academic staff of universities signaling their readiness for a confrontation with government as they expressed dissatisfaction over what they described as the continued failure to implement the 2025 federal government ASU agreement by some state governments.
For the union makes us.
According to the union, although the Plateau State government is a signatory to the agreement, it is yet to implement its provisions at the Plateau State University.
NEC observed that the visitor, like the visitors of some other state universities, is yet to implement this 2025 agreement, particularly the welfare or allowances aspect.
The union says the unresolved issues extend beyond the implementation of the agreement. It listed pension and gratuity issues, poor working conditions, and alleged victimization of some of its members among major concerns.
While there has been positive feedback on some issues raised by the branch, recent action and comments have become serious matters of concern. Of particular note is the query issued to the branch secretary.
ASU further noted that the 2025 agreement has been implemented by some few states, warning that it might be left with no option but to embark on a total shutdown of academic activities if its demands are not addressed. Walkers Quackfoot, AIT News, Jos.
You're still onto the news on AIT. We'll take a break now. Some commercials. We'll be back with more stories.
Opportunity doesn't knock, it simply arrives. A simple post last night, and this morning, your DM is bursting with orders. A trade fair visit opens a path to global trade. Today, a tech student's dream for a fully funded startup becomes reality in Lagos. And a shoemaker in Aba makes shoes for export. Our elders say, who no prepare for plenty will fear blessing. What better way to prepare for more than to partner with Stanbic IBTC, an ally that is structured for growth with our range of expert financial solutions. And beyond financial solutions, our sustainability initiatives empower communities and economies to keep growing because you were built for growth.
Alert! Today's car just pulled in.
What is new? Why are you people staring at me like this? Wonderful.
How about now?
Ah, see these jokers. So you want hide better thing from your uncle?
New Pure Bliss Gold, now in 3 delicious flavors for your delightful indulgence.
Ah, Pure Bliss Gold know they had.
Nigeria has survived everything not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment when the news breaks and the grief is raw, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic, to empathize rather than assign blame, to hold when everything inside said, poof.
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one division at a time. Take a pause. Choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
My skin is my identity, my strength. It's unique and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care. With 5 oils and 5 vitamins. 48-hour nourishment. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care. For your shade of beautiful.
On your
Staying with us, this is the news on AIT. Let's bring you more stories now. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has accredited the Nigerian Army's sustained crackdown on oil theft and pipeline vandalism as a major reason for the country's recent increase in crude oil production and revenue generation. The governor also commended the Army and other security agencies for their efforts in ensuring that lives and property in Rivers State remain safe. The governor gave the commendation while playing host to the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu.
Nigeria's Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, is in Rivers State. Accompanied by other principal officers, General Shaibu is in the state to lead activities marking the 163rd Nigerian Army Day celebration.
We're expecting 21 chiefs of army staffs from African countries, 2 former presidents, and most likely His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic, will also be here as a special guest of honor.
The Army Chief used the visit, which is largely aimed at deepening civil-military cooperation and enhancing security across Rivers State and the wider Niger Delta region, to thank Governor Siminalayi Fubara for the numerous support his administration has rendered to the Army.
I want to specifically thank you, sir, for the support you have rendered us.
As part, Governor Siminalayi Fubara stated that the choice of Rivers State as host of the Army Day celebration is very significant, as it says a lot about the state.
We're really happy that in the face of everything, you chose Rivers State for this very wonderful celebration. Significantly for us, it speaks 2 things: that Rivers State is peaceful, Rivers State is worth securing.
Governor Fubara, who acknowledged the critical role of the military in maintaining peace and stability in Rivers State, particularly in safeguarding strategic national assets, reaffirmed his administration's unwavering commitment to supporting the Nigerian Army and other security agencies.
Production has increased in Nigeria. Our oil revenue is making progress because of the support of the Nigerian Army.
Visit is widely seen as another demonstration of the growing partnership between the Rivers State government and the Nigerian Army in promoting stability, protecting critical infrastructure, and advancing national security objectives. E. Degbo Obiakeme, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
Still to come on the news hour tonight.
You're still on to the news on AIT. We'll take a break now, but we'll come back with more stories.
We shall stand. I see what you on your mandate. We shall stand. Bola on your mandate. On your mandate. I see what you on your mandate.
The wheels of Nigeria's progress are advancing, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement is also advancing the renewed hope agenda by inviting you to a historic occasion of the inauguration of the National Executives, led by the founder and Grand Patron, High Chief Dr. Government Owezide Ekpemupolo alias Tompolo. Date, Thursday, 9th July 2026 at the Transcorp Hilton Event Center, Abuja by 11 a.m. prompt. Join leaders and patriotic citizens from across the nation to witness this historic movement. The PBAT door-to-door movement, together for a greater Nigeria.
Asiwaju cares.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the biggest finale of the year. Two culinary giants, one bottle of Power Oil, one title on the line, the Power Oil Certified MasterChef Challenge.
Oh, what a move! He slices past the peppers. Beautiful control. Look at that knife work. Because here, it's not just the cookies, it's the crowd behind you. And the fans are pouring in behind him. The votes are climbing.
Now that was the opening fixture. The real tournament, it's open to every kitchen in Nigeria. think you can do better? Be your own master chef. Record yourself cooking with Power Oil. Upload your video, share your link, get votes.
Power Oil.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces. Salute their gallantry. Stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on StarTimes, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a StarTimes decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via StarTimes app or visit any StarTimes office or dealer outlet near you.
StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Hello and welcome to Business Report. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. Dangote Cement Nigeria PLC has declared a record of 45 naira per share dividend for the 2025 financial year in view, representing a 50% increase over the previous year's payout. With total dividend payments now exceeding 3.3 trillion naira over the past 15 years. The company says it remains committed to delivering sustainable value and attractive returns to its numerous shareholders. At its 17th annual general meeting in Lagos on Thursday, shareholders also endorsed a proposal allowing the company to pursue a potential secondary listing on the London Stock Exchange or another recognized international securities exchange. The meeting further highlighted Dangote Cement's plans to accelerate expansion across Africa, strengthen export capacity, improve energy efficiency, and support its long-term growth strategy.
Dangote Cement PLC 17th Annual General Meeting in Lagos Thursday, the chairman of Dangote Cement PLC, Emmanuel Kazobo, says the company's long-term strategy is to deepen its footprint across Africa by increasing production capacity, expanding exports to countries that currently depend on imported cement.
Dangote's plan for the next year is to ensure that we grow our plants across Africa and start exporting cement to other African countries who are currently importing from China, Turkey, and other parts of the world. We want to be the champion of Africa, and that is why our legacy is to ensure that Africa is self-sufficient in cement production. Currently in commissioning a plant in Cote d'Ivoire. We are now also moving to Zimbabwe, Namibia, and running a pipeline from Namibia all the way through Sudan to Zimbabwe.
The group managing director, Arvind Pathak, says Dangote Cement remains focused on sustained growth through exports, operational efficiency, and strategic investment.
We are a part of the Dangote Group, which is obviously known. And Dangote Cement has been the centerpiece of the Dangote Group. And we intend to continue to play that role. The group has rolled out a 2030 vision, which is of $100 billion sales revenue. And in line with that, we have also drawn our vision, which is in synchronization with what group has. And we intend to grow from 55 million to 80 million tons.
Some shareholders at the event commended the company's improved financial performance, debt reduction, expansion drive, and growing logistics capacity.
Dividend is not the only benefit of an investment. And I say this with all due respect. There are instances where a company will pay you dividend this year and they don't exist in the next 50 years. So what I am satisfied with when I invest, and which is the case in Dangote, is that I see a future.
Is the first quarter is 101% higher than last year. So you can see what we are expecting. They have paid us 45 naira, and if this trend continues to the fourth quarter, we expect that we will not get nothing less than 60 to 70 naira dividend.
Dangote Cement says it is positioning itself to become Africa's leading cement producer while delivering sustainable value for investors and supporting industrial growth across continents. Amarachi Amoshe, AIT News, Lagos.
The Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council says its ease of doing business reforms are beginning to deliver results, with improved service delivery across federal agencies. Building on this momentum, the Council says it is expanding its reform agenda through regulatory changes, digital transformation, and the establishment of industrial hubs to improve access to finance, attract investments, and position Nigerian businesses to take advantage of opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area.
The Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council was established to remove bottlenecks to doing business in Nigeria under the Business Facilitation Act. Business-facing government agencies are required to deliver services more efficiently and within set timelines. As part of this mandate, PEBEC's midterm review assessed the performance of 69 MDAs following the 2025 compliance report that identified gaps in service delivery.
Right, so we have some of our MDAs that we really want to celebrate. The Nigerian Customs Service, exceptionally. Let people start to understand that Nigeria is a functioning state. Right? And in Nigeria, it's not anything goes, as many people want to assume. Many agencies have not reviewed their processes for, licenses or the documentations required in a long time. So it was necessary for us to get them to evaluate the conditions and the processes and make sure that every single step is still relevant as at today.
PEBEC says it's also developing industrial hubs as one-stop centers to provide regulatory support, attract investment, and help businesses scale under the African Continental Free Trade Area.
We want to make sure that we prepare our businesses for the AFCTA so that we do not become a consumption economy whereby everything is flowing inwards and nothing is going out. So everything from quality controls, right, to even understanding what the offtake market are looking for, right, to also ensuring everything around packaging, licenses, etc. So we're looking to set up several hubs across the country.
The Council's next priority is to remove duplicate processes and link digital platforms across government agencies to create a seamless experience for businesses. PEBEC says it will continue its quarterly mystery shopping exercise to track MDA performance ahead of the 2026 Business Facilitation Act compliance report. Olamide Awiyo, AIT News, Abuja.
Now to the stock market. The Nigerian equities market ended the last trading day of the week on a positive note, with the benchmark index appreciating by 2.14%. Value traded is 25 billion naira, and we have the volume at 414 million points. The market capitalization ended at 147 trillion naira. The all share index ended closed at 229,135.5 points. Now to the gainers table. The gainers table, the first 5 companies closed at 10%, with DAR Communication making the list, and Universal Insurance, Omatech, Airtel Africa also on this list, closing with 10%. Now to the decliners table. And on the flip side, we have leading the decliners table, we have Maya, we have Sovereigns, we have a Veritax capitalization, where Maya closed at 9.95%, and the FG Insurance closed at 9.80%, with Sovereigns closing at 5.34%. And let's have the top active traders of the week. The top active traders, we have Zenith Bank, TIP, and Chams, with these figures closing the market. And that is it on Business Reports. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. The news hour continues. Just stay with us.
Very much, Oyebimpe. The management of DAR Communications PLC has reaffirmed its commitment to deepening partnership with state governments to tackle the rise in insecurity in Nigeria, particularly the northern border communities. Speaking while receiving a delegation from Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris in Abuja, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Marcel Ayeleche, said DAR is already implementing its collaborative efforts through daily public awareness.
Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano State's economy.
Our apologies for that mix-up. Now, the Kano State Governor, Abba Yusuf, has flagged off the distribution of more than 90,000 bags of fertilizer to the 44 local government areas to support smallholder farmers during this current farming season. Governor Abba Yusuf says the fertilizers provided with support from the federal government will be sold to genuine farmers at subsidized rates, and warned against diversion of the products in the distribution process.
Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano State's economy, with thousands of households depending on crop production and livestock farming for their livelihoods. To boost food production and improve farmers' productivity, Governor Abba Yusuf says the fertilizer intervention is aimed at helping smallholder farmers increase yields and strengthen food security across the state. The governor also announced that additional farm inputs and modern agricultural equipment will soon be distributed free of charge to farmers. According to him, the equipment will help improve farm operations and reduce post-harvest losses.
Include combined harvesters, rice mills of various capacities, power tillers, solar power irrigation pumps, threshers, and other farming implements. These investments are intended to enhance mechanization, increase productivity, reduce post-harvest losses, and improve the livelihood of our farmers.
Governor Yusuf wants residents to pray for favorable weather conditions and adequate rainfall to guarantee bumper harvest. Governor Yusuf has involved the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission to monitor the distribution to ensure transparency. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
And Europe is in a grip of a deadly heat emergency. France alone has recorded more than 2,000 excess deaths in a single week as temperatures hit record highs, with officials warning the real toll could even get higher.
France has confirmed 2,025 excess deaths between 22nd and 28th June, a nearly 30% jump compared to the previous week, as the country endured its hottest day on record. Public Health France said the surge came during a week when the national average temperature peaked on 24 June, with Paris hitting almost 41 Celsius. Half of the nation was placed under a red heat alert. Health Minister Stephanie Rist said there was a clear increase in death among people over 45. Officials warned the figure is likely an underestimate. The Paris region was hit hardest, with death rising 62% in that area alone. Drowning death also spiked, with 72 people dying by drowning since 18 June, as citizens sought relief from the heat. Interior Minister Lauren Nunes confirmed. BBC Weather says a large area of high-pressure building from the Azores towards Portugal and Spain will push temperatures higher across France and southern Britain from the weekend. Copernicus, the EU's climate service, says Europe is warming twice as fast as the global average, driving more intense summer heat waves, pressure on water supplies, and more severe wildfires. Across the Atlantic, millions of Americans marking the July 4th holiday are already facing prolonged extreme heat and humidity in the central and eastern U.S.
You're still watching the news on AIT. Up next, the sports with Enemaku.
Welcome to Sport Track. Team Nigeria has received the presidential charge ahead of the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, with athletes urged to compete with discipline, integrity, and excellence. The occasion also featured the unveiling of a new official kit partner as the country's contingent prepares for the Games. Omofama Ebare reports.
With just a week to the start of the 2026 Commonwealth Games, Team Nigeria has officially begun its journey to Glasgow with a presidential send-off in Abuja. Athletes, coaches, and officials gathered at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium, where Chairman of National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, delivered President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's message, urging the contingent to compete with discipline, integrity, and excellence, while serving as worthy ambassadors of Nigeria.
And the message is clear. Everybody have rated the message. Mr. President wants you to go and win clean, and deliver an unprecedented performance for Nigeria at this event. And I believe you are going to do it. And the DGNI is trying to reiterate it. Mr. President always said, deliver for Nigeria and win for Nigeria and come back to a grateful nation.
The ceremony also featured the unveiling of Puma's Team Nigeria's official kit partner for Glasgow 2026, a development the National Sports Commission says reinforces its commitment to providing world-class support for the nation's athletes. Officials reminded the contingent that representing Nigeria is both an honor and a responsibility, emphasizing that indiscipline, doping, and any conduct capable of tarnishing the country's image will not be tolerated.
Team Nigeria is a new Team Nigeria. We have done everything to make you all happy in the last 1.5 years. We have even gone further to ensure that your welfare is best looked after during the games, during your campaign, and after the games. So we're not going to tolerate any indiscipline. And this is not a threat. You misbehave, you are expelled from the camp immediately. You behave well, you get a reward immediately.
So, as like our minister said, we are wearing our national color, the pride that every athlete wants to represent this country. When you are not disciplined, you don't belong to the new reform sport in Nigeria. Discipline is the hallmark. Discipline is the hallmark because sport is all about discipline. If you are not disciplined, you cannot be a team.
74 Nigerian athletes will compete in 10 sports at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow from July 23rd to August 2nd, carrying the hope and expectations of millions of Nigerians as they strive for podium finishes. Osaibovo Usifo, AIT News, Abuja.
Nigeria Shooting Sport Federation is intensifying efforts to develop the sport in the country through closer collaboration with key stakeholders. As part of the drive, members of the Federation's board paid a courtesy visit to the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to discuss issues critical to the growth and regulation of shooting sport in Nigeria. Top on the agenda were discussions on the licensing of sporting firearms, tackling the proliferation of illegal small arms and light weapons, and ensuring that Nigeria's shooting sport complies with the rules and safety standards of the International Shooting Sport Federation, ISSF. And in recognition of his support for the development of shooting sport, Deputy Inspector General Tunji Disu was formally unveiled as the patron of the Nigeria Shooting Sport Federation. The Federation believes the partnership will enhance athlete development, improve regulatory compliance, and position Nigeria for greater success at international shooting competitions. And that's it on Sport Track. And that is News Hour on AIT. I am Enemaku Ojachegbe.
And I am Binta Booker. Many thanks for staying with us.
Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have, once means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson Emeka in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.